Welcome. How's everyone doing? How is everyone doing? All right, we got some stuff to cover before we get into more code writing. Just to give you a sneak peek of what we're going to do after the news. After the news, we're going to be testing out open code. I have for a very long time said one of my least favorite things about Cursor. Cursor did a lot of things right, but one of the things that I liked the least about what Cursor did was they're locking you into a editor. And I thought that that's probably what was going to be the end of them in the end, was developers don't like being locked into a single edit. Like, trust me, the number of editors out there is massive. If you're going to build a tool, it needs to be editor agnostic. So I'm really excited about open code and open Claude. But we're going to be testing this out, also writing a little bit of stuff on our own. So anyways, we'll be giving it a shot. Other than that, we have some cool topics. I say cool topics. These are things you're going to want to stick around for. There is a pseudo local privilege escalation that we're going to be talking about. There's also a large group of multi-factor authentication bypasses that are actively being exploited that you're going to want to know about, as well as something Rust is doing to the security community we can all thank Rust for. On top of that, we're going to talk about how AI just got a little bit more cooked. And then we're going to jump into some open source. There is an article that I want to review with you all. It is called C's treatment of void pointer is not broken. Baiting me hard into reading that. We're going to talk a little bit about, there was a groundbreaking open telemetry article released. I think it's really good to go over. So we're going to go over what that research was. We're going to also talk a little bit about the biases of the people that wrote it, and cover a little bit about what the community is saying. And then a little bit about another little open source piece that we're going to cover is some exciting stuff happening in the game engine Godot. All right. All right. Should we get into the news then? I will say let's go ahead, get into the news, talk about what we're going to talk about, and then get on to the fun stuff. I'm going to give just one more second to people coming in. One more minute. We're just going to wait one more minute. How's everyone doing today? Russell, how are you doing? You watched Independence Day? I watched Independence Day very closely myself. I'm always watching for the aliens. I know the American independence, favorite time for invasion. Favorite time for invasion. So, you know, I had my telescope out. I'm on duty until midnight of July 4th. You gotta be watching the skies. I'm aware. It's a classic. You have to watch Independence Day on Independence Day. Like, it's just it's what you do. My youngest isn't quite old enough yet, but I plan on indoctrinating them as soon as she's old enough. That's gonna be the family, you know, after fireworks, after we go blow stuff up, we watch a movie where we blow stuff up. It's classic. Dude, using a telescope would be really stupid. If by chance, now a lot of it is like where it's focused. So in theory, actually, no, it wouldn't blind you because the telescope is where it's focusing light is so far away. This is actually really interesting because people don't think about, like, the first edition of Tesla's automatic wipers is really, really dented. And the reason is because the camera is right up against the glass and it's can't focus on the glass. And because of that, rain on the windshield doesn't look like what it looks like to your eyes. It just makes the image slightly more blurry if there's a lot of water on that because of where the focal point is. And that's why it works so poorly. That's why it works so poorly. That's the one feature I want to work well. The one feature I would just like to work well. But I guess in the newer ones, they have a camera that's back further. And it works really well. It works really well. Imagine that. Imagine that. I am covering Copilot in the open source section. Absolutely. I'm actually covering Copilot by itself. I'm covering I'm covering the bigger topics, less shotgun of everything. And I'm going to try to clip those out for people. But I am covering that today. If there's anything in these new sections you think I should be covering, please leave them in the Discord or in Slack. I've worked too many years, my friends. I have worked too many years in Discord or in chat. And I will. All right. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and get into the news. Slacker saw Slack alternative. Every chat application is a Slack alternative. Like, well, that's what we're just going to go with. Oh. Yeah, yeah. Exactly. All right, let's get into it. This first one, I'm gonna try to make as best as I can for YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, actually, I'll say that part later. I'm not very good at this, but this is actually something that's near and dear to my heart, and I want to make it something that people can grasp onto, and if they have questions, reach out for help because it's important. Recently, the FBI has released warnings about two-factor authentication bypasses. And if you're wondering what that is or how it could affect you, stick around. I want to talk to you a little bit about what it is, what it isn't, why it's important, and what you can do to be a little bit more safe online. If this interests you and you want more content on how to be safe online, if you're struggling with that, leave a comment if you're watching this on YouTube, or if you're here live on Twitch. Leave it something in the chat, and I'm happy to help. I'm not a big security professional. I deal a lot with it at companies I work with, but I wanted to talk about this because it's hot on the news right now. So some of you might have seen, released by Forbes, this FBI warning issued as two-factor authentication bypass attacks surge. And you can go through and you can read what the FBI is releasing right now on it. As you can read through these things, the FBI has a lot of information on this. So you can just go to the FBI's website and go to their cybercrime. And they themselves have a lot of information on the topic that Forbes is covering. Now, what I wanted to cover is what it is and what it isn't right now. So what this is that there's a lot of ways of doing, I didn't use there, but I just repeated the same word. I'm trying to remove and just saying more words, which is worse, but I don't know. Anyways, moving on. So I apologize. I'm not very good at these right now. So what this is specifically attacks that are targeting the two-factor authentication of SMS. You've all been there where your bank says, we'll send you a code via text, and you'll use that code to finish the multi-factor authentication. And the fact of the matter is, text messages aren't very secure at all. And that's the big leading cause in these surges. The group behind the most multi-factor authentication bypass is a group called Scattered Spider. You can read about Scattered Spider here if you'd like to see more about Scattered Spider. Halcyon did a really good write-up here on Scattered Spider, what they're doing and how they're doing it. Now, again, these attacks that Scattered Spider are doing are specifically affecting the SMS. So let's talk about that a little bit. I should organize these better. I should. That's next video I do. Better organization. So what is multi-factor authentication? Well, we all know the type of What is multi-factor authentication, you might ask? Well, we all know the authentication where you have a username and password. And you type these into a website, and this authenticates you as this user, right? This isn't super secure because this has a lot of problems because it relies on this secret password, this one secret that you shared with them that you now both know. Now, us as humans have one fatal flaw, and we're bad at memorizing things. And a lot of the times, these passwords can be socially engineered, they can be hacked, they can be found, they can be dumpster dive. If you haven't watched the movie Hackers, now is a time to stop, watch Hackers. Now, why this is a big deal is because you bank online, you do a lot of stuff on, you pay your taxes online. It's a really big deal, and it's really important that you take this super serious. So what people came out with in the security industry was multi-factor authentication. And where this is, you type your username and password in, and that was okay. And now the website that you're logging into, this might be your bank. And what's happening here with this bank's website is they're going to say, okay, your username and password matched, but we really want to make sure that it's you. And so they're going to make you authenticate using a different way. Now, one of those ways is they will send you an SMS. This is one of the ways that they have a multi-factor. So what happens is they send you an SMS, and then it has a code in it that you have to put into the website, and that code has to match. This SMS has a certain amount of time frame. Unfortunately, those time frames are usually very large. I've seen some that are even as long as 24 hours, which is terrifying. And there's a lot of ways to get somebody's SMS, whether you steal their SIM card or clone their SIM card. There's a lot of ways to actually access your target's SMS. This is why at work, I don't use SMS as a multi-factor authentication. Now, another way, and this is the way that is being targeted right now. This is the way that Scattered Spider is leveraging to steal your bank account information as well as other stuff. Now, there's other ways that you can do it, including device. These are much more secure. This can be anything from your Android phone device, or there's another way that's pretty easy, which I would recommend if you don't have any money to do something a little bit better, is another really good way is the Authy app. If you have an Android or iOS, there's a Authy app that you can leverage, and this is a app multi-factor authentication, and it's really, really good for your basic individuals, and it's pretty hard to intercept. So these are kind of some of the standard ways. This, if you're asking for a recommendation, I'm not paid by them. They're not sponsoring me, but a really good brand that you could trust is YubiKeys. So you can go out and get a YubiKey, and that's a device. But if you take anything from this, stop using SMS. No matter what it is, wherever it is, stop using SMS as your multi-factor authentication. It's not secure. It's not great. Assume the NSA, FBI, as well as Scattered Spider have access to your SMS messages. Start using either a device or at least the Authy application. And that's really it. That's what these people are talking about. That's what the whole news is about. If you read into it, these are the bypass attacks that are happening, and I want you to stay safe on the web. Thanks. Let me know if this helped you. Let me know if you need any more help with this. I can make a video on how to set up multi-factor authentications, the things to be aware of, the things to protect your account. I'm happy to do it. All right. I don't know how that was. We'll see how we'll see how YouTube likes it. I'm hoping that people see that and then they come join the live stream. It'd be really great to have that. All right. Yeah, you can go read about Scattered Spider and the warnings that are put out here. I didn't read through these because it's a lot of technical stuff. I was trying to make it a little bit higher level because I feel like the people that would understand this also don't need the help. But whatever. On the news, we have two other things in security that I would like to talk to you all about. The first is how memory safety malware is making it harder for security researchers. So while Rust provides a lot of insight while Rust provides a lot of benefits to people to keep your application memory safe and running blazingly fast, it's also providing challenges when the malware is written in Rust. So it's posing more challenges to security researchers. I don't know that there's a whole lot more to be said here. My only hope and fear here is that people take this and be like, hey, you can't use Rust because malware. We should make Rust illegal. I know I'm going to the extreme, but extremes do happen because of that. And this is the same thing that happens with encryption, is people are like, oh, we should make encryption illegal because people use that to do bad things. And that's really going to an extreme that's not very good for communities as a whole. So what I'm trying to say here is, like, yes, while memory safety languages are going to make better malware and make challenges for those security researchers, it's also not a bad thing, because it's also giving the good guys the ability to make safer and more secure applications. So you can't throw the baby out with bash water. Man, maybe that one. You can't throw the baby out with bathwater, because it's very important. Again, the same goes with encryption of communications. So let's not throw that out, countries that are talking about that. The last thing is there is a pseudo local privilege escalation. It has been fixed. I have updated my local machine. But let's talk about it. How does this affect you? And what do you need to do about it? Well, if you're a person that uses the most superior... Okay. Let me close my door really quickly, and then we'll cover this. You hot. In or out? You want out? Okay. Dog must have been in the creek. She is completely soaked. All right. I apologize for the disruption. I feel like I've been getting disrupted a bunch lately on streams, but let's start this one over. Have you been using sudo recently? If you've been using Linux, you've probably been using sudo, and you probably want to update right now. So sudo is used and leveraged to escalate your privileges. It's a part of security. It's a security application on your computer if you're leveraging Linux. And it's suffered from 2 vulnerabilities, which have been patched. So the big thing here is patch your machine right now. Now, what I'm going to say is the nice part about these is that it requires access to your machine to leverage. But I say that as the nice thing, but really, when you're talking about it, security is like an onion. It's like an onion. There's many layers. And the thing that you want to do is you want to minimize the blast radius of any security event. And what I mean by blast radius is when there is a failure in one particular section, you can't access another section. And what something like this does, that even if you need like actual access, actual SSH, actual machine, it can be chained together. And this is a very common thing in an attack. So I'm going to give a really good example of something that happened in the past that was really well handled in this. If you remember a while ago, Cloudflare had their security cameras compromised. So the company providing security camera coverage for Cloudflare got hacked, and the security camera network was actually infiltrated. And these hackers actually had physical access here. But because that there was a good division here and it was a separate network, they weren't able to chain together anything beyond that to access any other Cloudflare infrastructure, keeping it secure. This was a win for this type of thing. Security is like an onion. It can make you tear up. Touche. All right. So Cloudflare is a really good example of when this goes well. But let's say that you had a escalation where we've talked about this in the past, where people were able to actually escalate out of their container. Well, now if they can escalate out of their container and they can access sudo, now they can get sudo on that machine. Now, what else is on that machine? Do you have certs on that machine? Is there anything else on that machine that they can access to attack another host? So this is how they could chain something like sudo to attack another host, and why it's so important that you take these things seriously. Now, I know I've updated my local computers, both of them that run Linux. But what you need to also keep in mind is this is actually on your servers running the majority of the internet. So go out there and patch it right now. If you have servers that are running sudo, your company needs to actually take this very, very seriously. So go ahead, do a rolling update and get it fixed. I do like that. I do like that. Security is like an onion. That needs to be a shirt. Security is like an onion. It can make you tear up. That's fantastic. All right. That's it for the security. Did anybody else notice anything about security? All right. Here in the United States, yesterday we celebrated Independence Day. But we're going to have to make it an entire week next year because we now have 2 Independence Days that we have to celebrate. So just on July 1st, the new Independence Day of the world, we got this breaking news. Content Independence Day, no AI crawl without compensation. This is released on July 1st. July is the greatest independence month. July is the independence month. I was proudly birthed in Independence Month. I'm a very independent person. You can ask my mother. I moved out of the house by 35. She was very happy about that. But we now have Content Independence Day. And I'm actually really excited about this. This is something I've said that websites are going to move to. I never had the ability to actually implement something like this because you need to have a footprint like Cloudflare to actually implement something like this. So I'm super happy that they did, because this, I think, is something that needs to happen. So no AI crawl without compensation. So basically what's happening right now, there's a couple things that are happening that we're going to cover. They went over this, which is actually, I'm wondering if Matthew actually watches my streams, which, Matthew, you can leave a comment if you do. I'd be happy to have you on, because I've actually covered this right here. I've actually covered the contract that search engines had with content creators and the web as a whole versus the effect that AI does. So AI I see as a group that is stealing the content, taking it. Steal is maybe a strong word because I'm not using it as the legal sense of steal, but taking and not redirecting traffic, whereas Google and all search engines had a very symbiotic relationship where, you put your stuff on the web and hopefully if it's good, it gets high in the search results, which increases the likelihood of somebody coming to yours. So Google sold ads trying to get people to your website, which is a pretty good system. And AI is completely disrupting that system. So he covers that, which is basically word for word of what I have said previously. So I'm very happy about that. I'm glad people are taking from me. Matthew, like I said, please join the stream if you'd like. I know that you're watching. But so the next part that goes on is, what is Cloudflare doing about it? Well, as of today, that changes today, July 1st. We're calling out Content Independence Day. Cloudflare, along with the majority of the world's leading publishers and AI companies, is changing the default to block AI crawlers unless they pay creators for their content. That content is the fuel that powers AI engines, and so it's only fair that content creators are compensated directly for it. This is huge. This changes a lot. And I'm super happy that Cloudflare is putting their foot down like this. Like I said, I could make whatever tool I wanted, but I wouldn't have the reach to do what they're doing. I don't have the network, like literally the physical network to do it and the technology to actually execute on this. I think the next steps is what I'm most excited about, though, because I think this vision takes what I've been saying. Like, I'm a small brain. This is all I wanted. And they were saying, hey, let's take that to the next level. Big braining it. They're big braining it. But that's just the beginning. Next, Next, Merrick will learn to read English, his primary and only language. Next, we'll work on a marketplace where content creators and AI companies, large and small, can come together. Traffic was always a poor proxy for value. We think we can do better. Let me explain. Imagine an AI engine like a block of Swiss cheese. Now, original content that fills one of the holes in the AI's block of cheese is more value than repetitive, low-value content, reaction content, unfortunately dominates much of the web today. So a lot of people would find some of my videos and be like, hey, this is fantastic. It fills a knowledge hole, but it gets very low volume, very low the words just left my brain. I was not meant to be a YouTuber or a Twitch streamer. So there's a lot of content that is super low value, that is just regurgitation. And then there's some really high value stuff, but it's not as searchable and not as viral, but it adds a lot of context for AI engines that might have way more value, even though they're not viewed as many times. So I think that this actually goes beyond just AI. This actually puts value on new original content, new educational, highly correct, highly succinct content. I'm actually really excited about the concept of actually getting to be paid from these AI engines for coming up with really good educational content. I think that's actually really exciting and really interesting concept from that. You're not, as a content creator, somebody that would try to do this full time, you're no longer shackled to trying to, or in theory, in the future with this, you wouldn't be shackled to trying to come up with what's the most clickbait educational content that you can do to get people to learn. You can come up with really, really good educational content that's really, really good for training AIs that also helps people, but you don't have to worry about necessarily making it some sort of clickbait. I think it's a very interesting idea and might be really good for some people. So anyways, go ahead, check it out. I'm going to leave a link here. I will also leave a link in the description of the YouTube video. And let me know what you think the future of the AI is. If this is a big deal, we're going to have Independence Week now here in the United States, because July 1st to the 4th needs to be a federal holiday. And I'm looking forward to streaming a lot next year in Independence Week, because yeah, I'm actually pretty excited about it. Volbit, welcome. Thanks for joining. How are you doing today? I'm trying to do the news in a little bit of a different format. Let me know what you guys think. I'd be interested in your feedback, because I'm trying to make it so that I can clip them. Originally, how I did the news, there was no way of like clipping that news for YouTube. And so it made my discoverability less, I think. So I'm trying to do this in a way to get a little bit more discoverability, but we'll see. We'll see how it works. How it works out. All right, let's talk about some open source stuff. There's a couple things. Do you know what the word yurt means? Well, if you don't, let me tell you. It's a round circular house, I believe, that's kind of open in the center. That's the most I know. But beyond that, there is now an open yurt, which I guess is really just like a pagoda, because aren't they like the round circular things without walls, right? So anyways, an open yurt is also a CNCF project. It's now an incubating project. So if you're wanting to do some open yurting, I have no idea what that means. But if you'd like to use it, it's now a CNCF project. But I'm going to tell you a little bit about what it is. Now, I'm going to preface this. I have not yet leveraged Open Yurt, but I have been a big, I don't know what I'm doing with my hands, but that's the Italian side of me. I am a very large edge network person. I've played around a lot with it. I've done horrible things with it in a professional setting where we have these edge networks. And a lot of people try to make Kubernetes their edge network champion, okay? So Open Yurt is another take on that. Whether you've used KubeEdge before or any of those projects, Open Yurt is another take on that. So Open Yurt is a cloud edge orchestration and was originally open sourced by Alibaba Cloud in 2020. Now, OpenYurt enables developers and operators to manage edge applications with the same consistency and experience as cloud-based deployments. It addresses common challenges, including disconnected or unreliable cloud edge networking, edge autonomy, region-aware deployment, and edge device management. Most importantly, OpenYurt remains fully compatible with Kubernetes API, is vendor agnostic, and emphasizes simplicity and usability. Now, I know I would have killed for these features back in 2015. Back in 2015, I made a system that did a lot of this type of stuff for kitchen devices in industrial kitchens. These devices, a kitchen could have 20 of these devices, and we looked to manage those devices remotely from a cloud. And I basically built out all of this, but I can guarantee you that it was more crappy and worse than than what this does, because it was like me and one other person doing it. So like it worked. Don't get me wrong, it worked, but okay. Anyways, so that is pretty awesome. I don't do a whole lot of edge network orchestration right now in my current job, but because I have done it in the past, I'm always looking out for these types of things, because it makes a huge deal if you have that type of problem that you need this. So I'm super excited about it. Let me know what you're excited about in OpenYurt. If you've used it, leave a comment and let me know what you like about OpenYurt. Bold bit. I'm glad. I'm glad I brought a little bit of happiness. You know what? That's what I've decided I like to do on stream. I am trying to have a little bit more fun and hopefully just make people's lives a little bit better. That's my goal. So if I'm not making your life better, let me know. It's actually one of my goals. 2025. You know what when I was young, I had this really optimistic take on life. And I know that I'm actually a pessimist, which is weird because I always look at the glass half empty, but I'm an optimist in like, I guess because I'm a pessimist, it takes a lot to get me down because I already keep myself down. You know, I'm already walking on my knees. Like, you can't kneecap me. Like, come on. But what I realized is like, life is hard. And, you know, as a child growing up, your parents always do a lot of work to shield you from, at least my parents did, from the woes of the world. I was able to grow up as a child, just being a child. And for that, I count myself as super blessed. I count myself as super lucky. And one of the things that when I became a real person myself, you know, I realized that like the world isn't just this happy place that my parents let me grow up in. And the thing that we need to be doing as people is what my parents did for me. Let's try to make other people's lives the best that we can. Like, yeah, let's do that. So that's like one of my big goals the last couple of years. You know, I have a wife and son who are chronically ill with things they were born with. You know, stuff like that. And I'm not saying that as like woe is me or whatnot. I've been super blessed that I can take care of that. So I'm super happy with that. And I'm super happy that I get to take care of that. So that's not what I'm saying. That I'm just saying like the world is a hard place, and it doesn't matter where you were born or what you were born into. Stuff happens in life, and my goal is to help people and make their days a little bit better. So thank you so much for telling me that. I was saying all of that to say thank you for telling me that. Yeah, I'll move on now. I'll move on to some more open source. Some more open source news. Not really open source. Open security? Open secure, is that a thing? I don't know. Have you been sitting there thinking, man, I wish I could just get a IP address certificate. I don't want a domain name. I just want an IP address certificate. Well, if that's you, if you're sitting there and you're wanting one of those, well, now, dang it, Russell. You ruined my intro. And that was a fantastic one. I super appreciate you being here, Russell. CVEs are open security. Gosh dang it. CVEs are absolutely open security. But there's something else coming to security that isn't quite open source, but I've included in this open source section. Now, if you're just joining on YouTube, we also do this live on Twitch. I'd happy to have you over here. The link is in the description. Now, Let's Encrypt was a big brainchild that came around and made the whole internet much more secure by offering certificates for people who had domain names. Originally, they were really expensive, so most people, if they were just a blog or whatnot, didn't have any type of security, opening themselves up to a lot of types of attacks that happen when you don't have HTTPS. But Let's Encrypt is taking it a step further. They're innovating. They're bringing you something else that those greedy corporations would charge you for. Have you ever wanted to just have your own IP address, but have an address certificate for it so people could trust what they were accessing? Well, if that's been you, Let's Encrypt now has delivered. We've issued our first IP address certificate. Since Let's Encrypt started issuing certificates in 2015, people have repeatedly the ability. Repeatedly is the requested and repeatedly put together. It's a real word. Trust me, don't look it up. Repeatedly the ability to get certificates for IP addresses, an option that only a few certificate authorities have offered until now. They've had to look elsewhere because we haven't provided that feature. Today, we've issued our first certificate for IP addresses, as announced we would in January. I actually missed this announcement. I'm so sorry. You should fire me as your news person because I completely missed that announcement. So you're behind the game because of me. I apologize. As with our new certificate features on our engineering roadmap, we've now start gradually rolling out this option to more and more of our subscribers. Now, I don't actually think that a lot of people are going to leverage this initially, but I do think that this has some very specific targeted people in mind. Now, one thing that I think is really, really cool in this, let's see if I can't just search it because I forgot to pull it up. Ah, perfect. Perfect. Found it. So one of the things that I think is really, really cool here and something that the whole industry is moving towards is short-lived certificates. As a matter of policy, Let's Encrypt certificates that cover IP addresses must be short-lived certs, valid for only about 6 days. As such, your ACME client must support the draft ACME profile specification, and you must configure it to request the short-lived profile. And probably, not surprisingly, you can't use DNS challenge method to prove you control over an IP address. Only the HTTP 01 and its TLS ALPN 01 methods can be used. So what I think is really cool about that is the push for short-lived. I have been pushing my company to only use short-lived certificates. It's one of those layers of the onions that we were talking about in a previous video, where if there is a blast radius, if there is a vulnerability, it comes out that you then have a smaller blast radius if you only use short-lived certificates. And in a day, those certificates get leaked, but they were only valid for 10 minutes, then you no longer have to worry about your leaked certificate. So at my company, I have pushed for all of our workflows to only ever leverage a short-lived certificate. This means that anything that accesses anything in our network only lives for, at max, 10 minutes long. At that point, you have to request another short-lived certificate, which goes through the whole authentication process again. So this is a huge thing that I see moving in the industry. I want to be here to support it as well. I'm super excited to see that. I know that the whole article is about IP address certificates, but I think that's the bigger thing that's coming out of this is these short-lived things. Now, I realize that because IP addresses can change, I understand that the IP address certificate has a bigger reason to be short-lived than just the security aspect of it. But I really like the security aspect. I wish that our DNS certificates were also short-lived. I wish that they were very short-lived and you had to your system had to keep requesting a new one. That's how it should be. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. And now go secure your IP addresses. Just do it. Russell, the intro ruiner. Thank you, Russell. That was fantastic. I appreciate it. All right. Godot has been blowing my mind. I know that I have for a long time been an Unreal Engine user when I make my little games. And I know that I've told Twitch chat that we're going to make a game in Godot next. And I'm super excited about this next piece of news. So you can go check out Godot. It's an open source game engine that they're doing a lot of really cool stuff with. And we're going to make a stupid little open source game in the future. But the big deal here was this. At the current alpha stage of an asset store. Why is this a big deal? Well, if you don't know me, I can't draw to save my life. My daughter asked me to help her draw, and I drew a stick figure when she was like 6. And she was like, well, Dad, I can draw a stick figure. And I was like, well, you've reached the pinnacle of Merrick drawing. That's what it is. That being said, I think that this is really, really cool and a really big deal to a game engine. When you have these open source marketplaces, not only do you give content creators that want to create content to sell to other people, you have people like me who can program the crap out of a game, but have absolutely no idea how to make any art asset for it. So I think that this is really cool. I'm really excited about it. It's really cool for like small indie projects. I know a lot of big games don't use these asset store, but you know, if I'm going to make a game, let's be honest, it's going to be based off of assets in an asset store, at least the majority of it. So I think this is really cool. I'm really excited about Godot. I'm excited to hear what you guys think about the Godot game engine. I know that they have a Rust plugin. I think I'm going to use a Godot script to at least at first, but we might have to try Rust in Godot because like, who doesn't want to use Rust in Godot? Like that's what it's literally made for. I love open telemetry. Open telemetry has brought traceability to the open source, and it's fantastic. That being said, let me try that again. I love open telemetry. Open telemetry brought tracing to open source, and it's been fantastic. It's brought traceability to my entire stacks and made it easy to debug issues and find bottlenecks. That being said, does it have a cost? Well, there's been a new research done by Corroot, this company here, OpenTelemetry for Go, measuring the overhead. Everything comes at a cost, and observability is no exception. When we add metrics, logging, and distributed tracing to our application, it helps us understand what's going on with our performance and key UX metrics like success rates and latency. But what's the cost? Now, what I'm going to say here is you can read this whole article you want. Now, I have a couple points to make. First, Corroot actually makes a competing product to OpenTelemetry that uses eBPF. And it's pretty cool, so you can go check it out, but they are slightly biased. The other thing that I would have to say here is that no duh, it has a cost. Do you want to know how much my logging stack cost? Like, the ability to log petabytes of data sounds really cool, and these are just internal logs. But logging petabytes of data has an astronomical cost that you probably wouldn't even comprehend. That being said, OpenTelemetry absolutely has a cost. Now, they very specifically checked on a Go application, and in a Go application, it has a 35% cost overhead of CPU and memory, which is actually far more than I thought it would. Now, I do think that this would change depending on how much you instrumented and how much you leveraged it. Like there's different varying levels of OpenTelemetry that you could actually do. But they did a really good job. I actually do think, while I'm calling them out as biased because they obviously have a competing product, they have a competing product because they think there's a valid reason. Most of the time, people have a competing product because they think that there's a reason. So anyways, they did it all open source too, which is fantastic. So you can go and actually run the code that they did. If you don't believe them, you can go and do it. So that's great. Anyways, the cost is about 35%. 35%. And this, you're like, oh, well, that's not a big problem. I have 20 users. So for the most of you, it doesn't cost you anything because you're using excess compute. Some people are running a 100 node cluster though. And now if you're talking about 100 node clusters of M5, costs what? 50 grand a year, a month. So you're talking 50 grand a month. If you're saying that you add 35% onto that, you're adding another 35 servers. You're adding another, instead of 50 grand, you're talking about 65,000. So you're talking about $15,000 a month. This can actually add up when you're getting into your larger fleets. And yeah. Now, that being said, there was a huge hacker news post on it. And it actually has some really interesting posts. I want to point it out, this one. Funny thing is, I tried optimizing the Hotel Go SDK a few weeks ago. I suspect you could make the tracing SDK 2 times faster with some cleverness. The main tricks are using a faster time.now. Go does a fair bit of work to convert to the Go epoch. Use atomics instead of mutexes. This can usually, if you can get away from mutexes. Now, it depends on what mutex you have. I didn't want to get into a hacker news argument, but if you're talking about like a Rust mutex, it actually uses atomics. Now it uses 2 atomics, and sometimes you can get away with 1 atomic, but yeah. I sent a PR, but the reviewer caught correctness issues. Atomics are subtle and tricky. Yeah, this is where atomics it can be difficult to get to a single atomic. We actually did some streams on this. I tried to get to a single atomic and failed and got to a double atomic, which then was the exact same as a mutex. So yeah, directly marshal protos instead of reflection with a hand-rolled library. So these were some ideas that this person had that could get 2 times faster. So that's really cool. But this is also an estimate, right? So they're just saying they think it could be 2 times faster. We could see with that. So this is actually one thing that I'm really excited about, and this is what these things do, and this is really good. You should never get offended if somebody makes something like this against your project, because what happens, because people love open telemetry. Why do people love open telemetry? Because it makes sense of the chaos. It makes the project better. Now you see a bunch of people talking about how to make open telemetry and Go better. So if nothing else happens, open telemetry will get better because of this. That's fantastic. That is absolutely fantastic. It makes the entire industry better, and everybody gets to benefit from that. Now, we'll see if OpenTelemetry gets faster from the work that these people are theorizing about. And yeah, it's awesome. What does it cost as a percentage of your hosting bill? Logging? I want to say that it's around 20. I'd have to look it up, but I want to say it's around 20. So, I mean, that's interesting because all observability, I said logging, but I meant the observability. I would say 20, but I'm not taking into effect like the cost on the like the cost of the agents, right? So like that's something I had literally never thought about, is like, what does the hotel collectors cost? So I would say that it's around 20, but like there's probably solidly 10% of the cost of the hotel collectors, right? So maybe we're closer to like 30 for all observability. If you're taking the like core stack, which I would say is 15 to 20, and then the hotel collector stuff, yeah, maybe we're the core stack. I think is probably around 15 to 20. I did want to point out this one. We do. I'm not gonna say that we're the best, but we actually pack our machines pretty. Funny story that you're bringing up. So like, um, we do a very good job of packing our machines to the point that like we run our machines very, very hot, which means like if you have an alarm on CPU, getting close to your CPU maximum, there's a very small window that you have a very effective alarm, right? Because the idea is to have high utilization across all the machines going. So that being said, we do pack our machines very, very tightly, but like that includes the OTel collectors, right? Like that includes those running on it. I've never tried to, run the stack without that. So like, I don't know. One of the things I thought here, this particularly hurts Google. Another reason against inflating sampling rates on error is for system stability. You never want to do more stuff during errors than you would normally do. Doing something more expensive during an error could cause your whole system or elements of it to latch into an unplanned operating point. Can somebody say, I know you guys get a kick out of it. What is this? What is this? There's a word for this they're avoiding, where they only have capacity to do expensive error paths, and all the traffic is throwing errors because of the resource starvation. What is the word? What is the word? It's a metastable failure. I mean, I usually say metastable state errors because it's a metastable state. You make a state where you're very stable throwing errors. It's basically where like even if you came back to normal levels, so you had a spike that caused things to fail, and then you come back to normal. Well, let's draw this out in a graph. This is so good. I love this. I love this because this actually bit Google in the butt recently. And why I called them out on their failure was because the length to recovery was because they had a meta state stable error, which is just like noob level of thinking. This is not the Google. They AI coded that thing. I would swear it because like no Google engineer should make such a stupid mistake. All right. So a metastable state error is like this. Let's say you get this peak. And this peak happened because you had some error here. You had some error here. Let's actually make that a little bit better. You had some error here. And all of a sudden, you're just throwing a ton of errors. Now, we're drawing the traffic. This is the traffic. And now I'm going to draw the error rates in here on orange. This is your error rates. And if you notice, the error rates never decrease even as this error is recovered. This error that we had that increased this stuff. And the reason is, and this is what, there's a thundering herd. We could go over all the different meta stable state errors that you can get. But one of the things that you get in this that you have to deal with is that whatever caused this can make it, if you have too much, like some people don't know have like an exponential back off. The reason you have an exponential back off is you can cause a thundering herd when clients are all trying to reconnect, and you never had the infrastructure to have 1 billion clients reconnect. You only connect 20 at a time usually. And so all of a sudden you have this thundering herd that keeps crashing your server over and over and over. Another one is increasing sampling rates, where you actually decrease your throughput because you're increasing your sampling rates on these errors and debugging these things. So it's actually really, really important that you have this. Is like, you want to collect what's important and not overdo it. So anyways, I couldn't not say it. When somebody tiptoes around it, like, I couldn't not dive into that. It's what this right here, in my opinion, is what identifies a well-engineered product, not a cool project, not a cool product. You know, like, you might be like, oh, this thing is really cool and fun to use. That's fine. That's not what I'm talking about. But if you want to talk about really well engineered, when you're talking about engineers who know their business, who know their crap, who are looking for, you know, this is like the engineers that build bridges. They architect these things to not fail the first time. And they architect them to withstand things that we've seen. So, you know, bridges in California withstand earthquakes now, because we've seen bridges in earthquakes and we've designed things to incorporate the stresses caused by that. So this is why I say it's an unacceptable failure with somebody like Google, is because they should have engineers. It's like a engineering company in California building a bridge that falls down to a 1 whatever a low magnitude earthquake is, you know, like just a small 1 magnitude earthquake and the bridge falls down. It's unacceptable. It's not a level of engineering. This is what makes good engineering. Now, I know when you're making your small application, you don't need to think about this. You don't even care. And that's fine. This is just what real engineering is. And it's super cool. Anyway, I'm sorry. I got really sidetracked on that. Let me talk about what I can share on the cost of our stacks and stuff. I'll see if I can't get some openness on around that. I'll see. Sergeant Pepper, beautiful. You just simplified error handling. Oh, beautiful. That's exactly how you do it. I don't know why that didn't hit me, Sergeant Pepper. Like, I should have thought of that. You're right. The problem is that they're lonely. Oh my goodness. I didn't even think about that. I'm a horrible. I didn't have any empathy for those threads or those clients that have just been ditched. You know, those clients just lost their server. I didn't have any empathy on those clients' servers and how they might be feeling. You know, like, that's like a marriage after divorce. And I can only imagine what those clients are going through. I didn't have any empathy for them to put them in a support group. I actually isolated them like they were crazy and said, no. You only get to try again a little bit later, and maybe the server will accept you then. Maybe. Who knows? I had no empathy for them. None. I'm a horrible person. Horrible. You have a big brain. It's good to see you, Sergeant Pepper. All right. Last bit of open source news. The fight for your... Could you guys hear that? That was a weird sound. Okay. The battle for your AI coding is starting to heat up. So a lot of times I have actually stated that one of the big things that I find bad about Cursor is that it locked you to an editor. And I think some people are onto this. I've even stated myself that if I was going to do it, I would do it in some way where it could be tied into any editor. And there's been a lot of strives going to this. Now, there was a whole lot of drama around open code. I don't really cover a ton of drama. If you guys want my take on what happened with open code, I'd happily cover it if you'd like a few drama posts. But there's a few projects like open code that are coming out for your AI editing needs. And I actually think this spells doom for Cursor, because while Cursor has done it the best so far that I have seen, let's be real, I don't actually like Cursor as an editor. They tried to fight two battles. They tried to get you with their AI agent, but locked you into their crappy editor. And I think that the battle for this is starting to heat up. But open code is not what I wanted to talk about today. What I wanted to talk about today was Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code took the battle to Cursor by open sourcing their VS Code plugin. So now their VS Code open source AI editor. They're taking their AI plugin and open sourcing it. Now, I just said that the same thing like 3 times in a row, like slightly differently. I apologize. I'm trying to not use the word and in the effect of that is I then just repeat some things as I'm trying to think about the future thing. I just put it on. It's like a broken record. Super apologize for that. Anyways, the big thing that I have to say is it is missing some features at this point. So if you go and read about it, it doesn't actually have support for inline code suggestions. They said that they're adding it, and it's on the roadmap, and they're going to bring those features into it. But right now, it's just the AI agent that you get. It's just that piece of it that's in it. And so they're bringing this as open source, and we can cover why they say this. Let's look at it. Large language models have significantly improved. I actually think the way we deal with them, our understanding of them, and how to leverage them have improved. The large language models themselves, I think, have slowed down quite a bit. Mitigating the need for secret sauce prompting strategies. I actually think that the secret sauce just kind of spilled. This is why security isn't a very good secret sauce, right? You don't want to you can do security through obscurity as a layer, but you want security through just being good security. You know, you want people to be able to know your system and still be secure. Fort Knox, people know a lot of the things about the security. There's still some obscurity, but the whole point is you can know it and still not get in. That's the best security. I think a lot of the secret sauce was already being known. I already have a whole step guide on how to do this, one that I'm trying to do, about making these prompting strategies better. So it's just people were learning it. The most popular and effective UX treatments for all AI interactions are now common across editors. This is true. We want to enable the community to refine and build on the common UI elements, making them available to stable open code base. Sure, that's fine. An ecosystem of open source AI tools and VS Code extensions has emerged. We want to make it easier for those extension authors to build, debug, and test their extensions. This is especially challenging today without access to the source code for the Copilot chat extension. Okay, this is cool. This is actually a really good one. We've gotten a lot of questions about the data that is collected by our AI editors. Open sourcing the Copilot chat extension enables you to see the data we collect, increasing transparency. This is actually really cool. So they actually have telemetry in there, but you actually get to see what that telemetry is, which is cool. Malicious actors are increasingly targeting AI developer tools throughout VS Code's history as open source. Community issues and PRs have helped us find and fix security issues quickly. This is cool. Again, it's going back up to here. Security through obscurity is just not the greatest security plan. Don't get me wrong. Again, you can leverage it. It just shouldn't be the cornerstone of your security. Nobody will hack us because they'll never find it. Not a great security plan. Seeing their prompts is quite interesting for agent mode. Yeah, so actually I actually plan on going through their prompts. I don't know if I'll do it tomorrow. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. I think there's some cool things we can learn. So I've actually been building a prompting strategy guide I'm going to make some YouTube videos for it. I might have a sponsor for those YouTube videos, which is super cool. So I've been working on a prompting guide. I need to review these more. I looked over them quickly. I need to look over them a little bit more to see if there's anything more that we can learn. So I was planning on doing that maybe tomorrow. All right. So this is what I was alluding to at the very beginning was in the coming weeks, we will work on open source the code in the GitHub Copilot chat extension and refactor AI features from the extension into VS Code core. Our core priorities, English. Our core priorities remain intact, delivering great performance, power, flexibility, and an intuitive, beautiful user interface. So basically, they're taking more of that open or that closed source code and pulling it in line by line. I'm sure that there's a lot that they have to do to sanitize that code or remove stuff that is proprietary. So like I said, the line by line editing, the inline code edits aren't supported yet. And those are things that they're looking to bring in. So anyways, that's pretty cool. If you'd like to see Visual Studio Code prompt and go over that with me as I build my prompt guide and my videos for prompting AI for the most impactful AI, please leave a comment and let me know. And I will get on to that with you all. Or we'll do a stream of it. If you guys don't want a stream of it, don't worry about it. Gray Hatter, what's up? It's good to see you. All right. I had one thing that I wanted to just share with you all was this introducing layered rank RAG applications. I think it's pretty cool. There's not much for me to go over here. I don't know it enough to teach you all anything. I did want to get it into your hands if you've been doing any RAG. I know that I did on stream RAG, showed you guys how to do it, and I need to make a video on how to RAG something. But this is like RAG next level, which I think is really cool because there's this huge fight with AIs to get it the information that's correct. Basically, AIs are kind of dented, but if you can give them the context that they have to work within, they can actually be kind of smart. So if you're looking to RAG your application and you're looking to do it more intelligently than what I did mine with, this is actually a really great way of doing that. So I would definitely give it a check. Like I said, I haven't tried it, but it sounds like it makes sense where they do, layered ranking on their RAG, which again makes total sense when somebody just says it out loud. I hadn't thought about it yet. It's super cool. So I recommend you guys give it a check if you'd like. King James, thanks. Thank you so much for the follow. Didn't give you a shout out. I'm going to grab a drink. I'm just going to quickly get a drink of water. Before we get into doing a little programming, I have one blog article I wanted to go with you guys with. It's C's treatment of void pointer is not broken. I want to fight this person. But I want to give it a valid read because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. It's not broken. It just is dangerous for most people to use. There's a difference, I guess. And we can also cover, I like to call out executives when they publish something they shouldn't publish. So we're going to cover that. Give me literally 30 seconds to get a cup of water. Actually, we're about to get pre-roll ads. Give me 3 minutes. I'm going to play some ads on these 3 minutes so that we don't get ads while we're covering it. And I can play ads for just 1 minute. Does that delay? I don't know. All right, well, we're going to do 3 minutes. I'm going to go get a drink of water. You guys watch ads. I'm so sorry. Go walk away from the computer if you like. stand up, stretch your legs. We got 2 things, and then we're off into programming. Actually, the Wordle game kind of works. So you guys should play Wordle with me. When I get back, we'll play Wordle until the ads are done. Okay? I'll be right back. I'll be 30 seconds, and then we'll play some Wordle while we're waiting. Waiting Wordle. All right. All right, that took longer because I can't walk out there. All right, let's play Wordle really quickly. Oh, Sergeant Pepper, you got a license to rent a console? That's really cool. I actually am putting my foot down. I'm putting my foot down. I will not own a Switch 2. Literally, okay. Both my USB ports on both of my original Switches broke. After about 2 years, they broke. So they wouldn't charge anymore. Do you know what I did? I bought a 35-cent USB port for them, and I soldered them back on and got them working. With their new policy, it is now just a lump of garbage because I can't open and repair it because I am just renting a thing. And opening it without going to a certified Nintendo thing is modifying it. And modifying it and modding it at all is against their things, and they'll shut your Switch down. Absolutely will not buy that piece of garbage. I cannot, not only that, you're getting a cartridge for nothing. If I get a cartridge, it should have a game on it. If I don't want a cartridge, it should be on your online store. But your online store is crappy and terrible because now it makes me buy a game per device, not per user. So I can't have 2 Switches because I have multiple children. I can't have 2 Switches and play a game different on a day. I don't care if I can only play the game, let's say I buy Zelda. I should only be able to play it one at a time. So I can't play 3 versions of Zelda, because I have 1 copy. I own 1 copy of it, and I'm okay with that. But I should be able to play it on any one of those Switches that I want, and it shouldn't be locked to a single Switch. So their entire ecosystem is broken. They're bonkers. I will not own a Nintendo Switch. Not a Nintendo Switch 2. Absolutely not. I'm happy for you. I am. Sorry. You got me ranting on it, and I was not trying to call you out as a bad person for owning one. That is far from it. You do what you like. I was merely going about why I would never have one. Because I think Nintendo lost their mind. All right. Really quickly, let's play a game of Wordle. I know that this is what you guys have all wanted. You've been waiting for. The rules of the game are: if you type a 5-character word in, it will account it as your vote for that round. If you type another 5-character word in, it will overwrite your vote. So you really only get one vote. And then whatever word is the most recommended is the word that's going to be picked. It's a little dented. It's not perfect, but it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. Okay. Are we ready? You don't have, right, Sergeant Pepper. And like I said, I was not calling you out. It just spurred my, I had a Switch 2 for each of my children. And you could say that they're harder on the USB ports and stuff like that, and that's fine. But like that happens to me. Also, because they do have 3 switches, I get that they should only be able to play The Legend of Zelda on one of them at a time. But like the fact that I have to buy it 3 times, it just seems bonkers to me. Okay, yeah, there's no spell check yet. I'm implementing spell check. But there's no spell check yet. And you only get 5 guesses instead of 6 guesses because I don't play Wordle, so I didn't really know it's okay. It's okay. You know what? Let's try it out. Are we ready? Here we go. Wordle. It crashed. What? Oh, we went to the... What? What? Never mind, we're not playing Wordle. We're not playing Wordle right yet. Because we have to fix it. We gotta fix it. I must have changed something. Can we fix this really quickly? That. Okay, I fixed it. You're good. Wordle. Guess a word. Go. Wow. Tough, Twitch. It's not broken. No, you guys failed to make a guess. Another failure. Oh, it won't do this one. It doesn't count that one. All right. Well, let's get back to the news really quickly, and then we'll go and make it a little bit better. Right now, we don't have. I do actually have a debug thing in there, so it can show you the word. So we've tested it. It's not broken, by the way. Well, it is broken. It's not great. But it has, but it kind of works, which I'm happy about. All right, there's two more things that I wanted to talk about. First, as leaders, I want to talk to a bigger leader. So, Matt Turnbull, I wasn't able to verify this because the post has been deleted, but I wanted to talk to you about what it means to be a leader. What it means to be a leader is it means to put yourself in the shoes of the other person. And, we're not all going to be perfect all the time, but there are definitely steps that we can do when to make sure things like this don't happen. So, Matt, recently there was a big layoff from Microsoft on a lot of their engineers. And Matt had the good idea to release a LinkedIn post that we'll read. These are really challenging times. If you're navigating a layoff or even preparing for one, you're not alone and you don't have to go it alone. I know these types of tools engineers strong feelings in people, but I know these types of I said engineers. I know these types of tools engender a strong feeling in people, but I'd be remiss if I'm not trying to offer the best advice I can under the circumstances. I've been experimenting with ways to use LLM AI tools like ChatGPT or Copilot to help reduce the emotional and cognitive load that comes with job loss. Here are some prompt ideas that you can use. Sorry, I can't highlight because it's a picture because, like I said, I can't find it. So I have a very hard time reading without that. My apologies. Here are some prompt ideas and use cases that might help if you're feeling overwhelmed. Career planning prompt. Act as a career coach. I've been laid off from a role in the game industry. Help me build a 30-day plan to regroup, research new rules, and start applying without burning out. What kind of games industry jobs could I pivot to with experience in? First, Matt, these are not very good prompts. If you're wanting really good prompts, I can help you write better prompts than this. These are not very good. So we'll move on. Resume and LinkedIn help. Here are my current resume. Give me 3 tailored versions, one for AAA, one for platform publishing roles, and one for startup, a small studio leadership. Rewrite this resume bullet to highlight impact and metrics. Draft a new LinkedIn About Me section to focus on my leadership style, ship titles, and vision for game development. Network and outreach. He goes on with some more prompts. No AI tool is replacement for your voice or your lived experience, but a time with mental energy is scarce. These tools can help get you unstuck faster, calmer, and with more clarity. If this helps, feel free to share with others in your network. Stay kind, stay smart, stay connected. Now, this post has been taken down. Like I said, it has been taken down. This is why it's an image and not the actual post, so that's why I can't highlight it. I actually think Matt was trying to help. I actually think this was meant as a kind gesture. It reads that way. I can put myself in his shoes. He was trying to reach out to these people. This is why you would do it publicly. And so, like, he's gotten a ton of hate, and I want people to back off a little bit because this is hard. I could see myself making the same mistake because I can put myself in his shoes. He was saying he was trying to take the cognitive load. You have a bunch of things to do. You're like, I got to work on these things. I got to see how I can do this with my resume and whatnot. And there's a bunch of stuff going on and through your mind. And so there's a ton of cognitive load. And this reads to me as I'm trying to think out for their cognitive load and I'm trying to give them some ideas. Now, Matt, the problem is you didn't first put yourself in their shoes. Everybody for the last 2 years have been told that AI is taking their job. This was the big deal. AI is taking your job. Matt, that's what happened. Okay? Well, I don't know. It probably wasn't AI that was actually taking their jobs because AI is still pretty dented. But you're doing layoffs, and you, as one of the executives at Xbox or at Microsoft, have been saying AI is going to take your job. So when you lay people off and then say, go sob to something that has been known to cause people not to be the most emotionally stable if they use it too much. There's been research on that. in your moment of distress, go drink some alcohol. It'll make you feel better. I mean, go use some AI. It wasn't a great plan. It wasn't a great release. It wasn't great timing. So as leaders, we have to really, really, really try to put this is what happens every single time I see these executives. They're too detached from the people. I actually think executives should stay away from saying these things because they are too far detached. He should have reached to their middle man. Oh, wait, they fired their middle managers. Crap. They should have rehired some middle managers that, hi pup. Thank you. I love you too. I love you too. He should have rehired some of those middle managers that they fired and asked those people to write them, because those middle managers are still attached in reality and can help with things like this. And I think that's where this really comes from, is it's hard for you to have that empathy. It's hard for you to do that. And I feel for you. I really do. So often we can try to do the right thing and do it in the wrong way, and it can backfire. And yeah, you gotta put your feet, you gotta actually work at putting yourself in those people's position, because this came out so tone deaf, it hurt. I don't think that AI is coming for his job very soon. So he's training to be a search and rescue dog. Though, there's actually some applications for AI in search and rescue, because you could do statistical anomaly on data for search and rescue. So I think now he's a forest search and rescue, so he's going to look for people lost in the woods. Probably not AI. Probably AI is not coming for his dog, but Wolf.ai coming soon. I do actually feel for Matt. He obviously screwed up. I'm not taking anything from he screwed up. But I can feel for people that screw up trying to do the right thing. Right? It's much different than people that screw up not trying. Now, maybe he wasn't trying. Maybe he likes being a jerk. I can't believe that. I can't believe that he just was like, I'm going to be a jerk to these people and dance on their layoff. Like, that's what it felt like, but I can't believe that he actually meant that. I think he was actually thinking, hey, I want to help these people reduce their cognitive load. I'm going to give some helpful tips. All right. The last thing. Yeah, it sounds like an HR post. It does. Some people actually asked me why I wasn't covering Let's Save Games. I didn't cover Let's Save Games because it got way too political. I think that there's valid concerns on both sides. Or Stop Killing Games. Sorry, Stop Killing Games. Like, not Let's Save Games. Stop Killing Games. I think there's valid concerns on both sides, but I think that it's a much deeper topic and much more difficult to save than just saying you have to open source. Like, this has rippling effects. Basically, any end of life thing you have to open source, that's not really valid. Or very difficult to do because of licensing and stuff. It would be massive to the industry. So I think, like, there's valid points though as well. So, I don't know. I don't know the right answer. I think that the solution is, I'm not sure. I think there's valid points to both sides. It doesn't say you have to open source. Let's read it. We can read it. Let's see. Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. I read it. It was interesting. Maybe I just misunderstand. I feel like everybody just says everybody else misunderstands, which is very interesting because yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. All right, one thing I did want to cover was a void pointer is not broken. I wanted to talk about this. I would love to know what you guys think about C's treatment of void pointer. So I found this article. I wanted to read it with you guys. I think that this is going to be really interesting for me. I tend to actually deal with C, and I don't love void pointers. I know why they exist. I know how to use them. And so they're definitely not broken. If you're going to talk from like a feature standpoint, these things are definitely not broken. They do what they do. I do think they are really dangerous in that from a new engineer, they're really easy to strap that foot gun onto yourself. So I want to see what this person's take is on this. So we'll see. During a recent discussion, the question came up of whether the C programming language handling of the conversions from the type of void pointer to other pointer types is a large hole in type safety. The inventor of C++ made a similar claim, the design and evolution of C++, 1994. A void pointer cannot be assigned to anything without a cast, allowing implicit conversions of void pointer to other pointer types would open a serious hole in the type system. One might make a simple case for a void pointer 0, but special cases should only be omitted in dire need. This is part of his explanation of why the macro null cannot be defined as void pointer to 0 in C++, unlike in C, where this is the most sensible definition. In other words, he created a problem for himself, which he later solved by inventing the null pointer. Now, I think that this is an interesting take here. I've actually had void pointers to pointers, so it gets worse. But in C, a pointer to the type void can be implicitly converted to a pointer of any other type, right? So you can take the void pointer and implicitly convert, you're getting a void pointer to I, and you can use it as an int here and do this. This follows from the rules for simple assignment in the ISO C standard, which permits conversion in both directions to and from pointer to void. The left operand as we can move on. This can be observed similar behavior when using any type annotation in Python. Yep. This is pretty much Python as a whole. You can just leave the type annotation off and it's an any type. This is a serious hole in the type system, or is it just well-designed type system functioning as intended? This is an interesting argument. I'm interested. In contrast, C++ forbids an implicit conversion from type void pointer to type int star. Yep. Confusingly, Annex I of the ISO C standard claims that common situations where an implementation may generate a warning include an implicit narrowing conversion is encountered, such as the assignment of a long int into a double to an int, or a pointer to a void to a pointer to any type other than a character type. This annex is informative rather than normative, and I have never yet seen a C compiler generate a warning when a pointer to void is assigned to a pointer to any other type. I agree with this. I didn't know this. I actually would have not known this was in the C standard because I have never seen this, and I know that I've done this. I consider that to be a good thing because I do not think that warnings should be emitted about code that cannot reasonably be improved. Maybe it could be improved. You're talking about the pie hole, Sergeant Pepper. The importance of pointers to void. The type void pointer is at the heart of support for polymorphism in C because it is the main mechanism by which programmers can specify a single interface to objects of different types. I don't want to have to add a cast to every instance of in code such as the following event handler and many similar functions definition in this and other sources. Okay, sure. I believe that requesting casts would harm readability, undermine type safety, and benefit no one. You can do this without casting. I'll talk about that in a second. Considering what is lost by requiring a cast, you can do this without casting. It's something that C doesn't have. It's a feature C doesn't have, but we'll the operand of the cast would be a pointer to a qualified type, such as a cast to void pointer. The cast declares that information, which would be an unintended side effect. It may not be clear whether the discharging a qualified as an okay. So I think the idea is this person is looking as a feature because it lacks features. There's other features C doesn't have that would clear this up. Interfaces. Whereas this is the feature to handle it. So he's not wrong in posting this, but they're maybe missing the idea that you could have type safety while not needing to cast here, right? While not knowing what type it actually is, you could still do this. So in their mind, you'd have to cast it to an actual type. The operand of the cast might not be a pointer at all. It might have uint pointer t or some other type that happens to be convertible to a pointer without provoking a diagnostic message. The cast discards that information, allowing such accidents. We don't want accidents. So this is another thing that I would say is probably if you're having such accidents happen, like you don't want it just to be eaten, right? You want to know that this is happening because this is usually a bad thing, especially when we're talking about correct code. So I don't know that this is a strong argument for this. Because we want only intentional behavior, right? It may not be clear whether converting an integer to a pointer is intentional, right? That's kind of the problem, right? I think that's kind of why people like in the Rust community wouldn't like that. We want only intentional behavior, and we want to actually be able to prove intentional behavior. That's the whole problem with it's not broken as a feature. It's just that it's hard to prove intentional behavior. And that's kind of a really superpower of Rust or some of these more modern languages is the ability to prove. It's why we don't like Python, is because you can't prove intentional behavior. A mechanism for polymorphism that is too cumbersome for anyone to bother with. This is actually maybe borderline Rust's one big problem. I would say Rust, if you actually use, I actually use enums for polymorphism more than I do traits because traits in Rust are kind of cumbersome sometimes. And so like you kind of are encouraged not to leverage them if you can help it. And I think that's good, but also is probably one of Rust's downsides, if I had to say it, is that polymorphism is kind of cumbersome, but that's fine in my opinion. It's a good trade-off. Is to all intents and purposes useless. And it's not useless. What does it matter for C++ because they want to discourage the use of void pointer, but it does matter a great deal for C. Imagine that the type void pointer did not exist. The score request function could still be defined, but its final parameter could have an unsidecar pointer instead of a void pointer. From a usability point of view, there would be very little difference. In C++, both types require a cast to convert them to some other type. Okay, I didn't understand that. Conversions to and from void pointer can be modeled as subtype polymorphism. Void pointer subsumes int pointer because void pointer can represent pointers to objects of types double, char, or any other type, as well as pointers to int. Int star is suitable for void star because any expression of type int star can be assigned to any L value of the parameter of type void pointer. According to this model, void pointer is a superclass of int pointer. Converting from int pointer to void pointer is an upcast. Converting it from a void pointer to an int pointer is a downcast. But again, this comes down to none of this is provable, right? Sure, you can say all of this thing, but you can't actually prove that that's what's happening. An explicit downcast is needed to remove restrictions on usage that cannot be discarded implicitly. If expressions of type void pointer could only be assigned to L values of parameters of type void pointer, as in C++, then the cannot be dereferenced property of the null pointer would not be lost. Intentions as types is Rust's superpower. I agree, Sergeant Pepper. Void pointer can represent all values of type int pointer, and the types of object initialized by the second declaration of this explicit as any cast. Likewise, const int star can represent all types of int star, and the type of object initialized in the second declaration as explicit as any cast. So we have a void pointer int. Okay, so yeah, this is fine. Likewise, a const int can represent all values of int star and types of the object initialized by the second declaration as an explicit as any cast. Yeah. Okay. Right. So we have a const int, and you're taking that int. That's a constraint violate. Okay. To allow implicit downclass from void pointer to int pointer, why not allow implicit downclass from const int pointer to int pointer? Right. Well, because it's const, but that's another question, I guess. This question is okay. I guess I see what they're saying. I was going to say because it's a const, but like implicitly declaring a const qualifier in the initialization of IP would remove any guard against later assigning a value to IP. Right, which is a problem because like you can actually do this, which is a problem, which you don't want to do. Aside, like const is a suggestion, basically. You can easily get around it. And the problem comes is if something is defined as const here, but then passed into a function and you don't realize it, like it can get a little messy. Aside from the obvious practical benefits of permitting conversions from void pointer to other pointer types, I believe this can be absolutely. So in any big code base that uses C or C++, what you end up having is these sets of rules that you as developers work by. And usually the teams that make the project all agree on these rules and these constraints and constructs before you even work on the project. And this is what protects those code base. So you can absolutely make these things sane this way. It doesn't make void pointer or the reason that you have to C needs the void pointer. I 100% agree on that. I'm not arguing here. My only argument is to say that saying that there's not something better is maybe not the best. I wouldn't say they're broken. It's not broken. It's working as intended. This is how C does this. I like that would be saying like the any type in Python is broken. It's not broken. It works as intended. I don't like how it is intended to work. Like, and that's my opinion here. I agree with them, and you can absolutely use void pointers, and you absolutely should in C. It is dangerous, and every single time they were saying, there could be unintended consequences that are just handled. Well, that's probably a bad thing. Anytime that those things happen in my applications, it's a bad thing. It's either a bug or it's a crash later on. So, okay. Void exists so that engineers can manage the types themselves. It's not dangerous. That's an interesting take. That's a very interesting take. It can have unintended consequences, which is dangerous in my opinion, but I do gray hatter. I literally have told my kids. I have a daughter who's about to learn to drive. Well, a year and a half away. And she drives some farm equipment a little bit, small farm equipment. And my very first order is that driving is dangerous. And we actually have sets of rules and restrictions around how we drive to make it less dangerous that we agree on ahead of time. Absolutely. That's like, absolutely. I literally told them the first order of driving was it's dangerous. Now that you know that, we can get into why we follow these sets of rules while driving. Absolutely. I like that example, and that's exactly what I told my kids. It's dangerous. And anything that gives you unintended consequences is dangerous to a certain level. Now, obviously, all programming languages gives us access to those, like except Haskell. Haskell's not dangerous if you know how to get it compiled. But anything other than Haskell has layers of dangerous. Rust is has these as well. There could be unintended consequences. Rust works really hard to say, hey, we can prove that this is the right thing to do, that this will work, but unwrap is dangerous. It has unintended side effects. So yeah, I don't think that's a bad thing to call out as being dangerous. If anything that has higher levels of unprovable, in my opinion, is slightly dangerous. You don't tell somebody driving a car is dangerous as the first order description of what driving is. I guess I don't understand what your point is getting at. If you're trying to describe driving, sure. But if I'm trying to describe how to use driving, I describe it. So if I'm trying to describe how to use a void pointer, I would warn people about what could happen. So like, I guess you're right. But I don't know that that's what I'm doing. I would be trying to tell people how to leverage it safely, right? Which I think telling them the dangers of such thing is fairly acceptable, right? I think. I obviously I could probably be wrong, but yeah. So you're right. If I was just trying to describe what a void pointer is, I might still describe it as dangerous. I might still describe driving as dangerous. But you're right. In its pure form, what it is, you're right. It is what it is. Wouldn't need it. But if I was trying to teach somebody how to use it, which is generally what I look through the lens of, I would say that there's dangerous things that you have to worry about, that you have to think about, which I think is completely acceptable. And I don't like it when it's not provable. I like provable. All right, let's update these titles. I think what we're going to do is we're going to work a little bit on a couple different things, but we're going to work a little bit on our Wordle. It's been fun. Greyhatter, I'm gonna... I believe people have died rock crawling, flipping it. But sure, maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna agree to disagree. I don't know whether we're talking past each other or misunderstanding or disagreeing. I'm not sure which one it is. It's one of those, and that's fine. I consider anything that has the ability to have unintended behavior in programming to be a dangerous feature that you should be careful of when leveraging. That's all. So, void pointers have that. So, in my mind, they quantify as a dangerous thing that you should know about before leveraging. There you go. Now, you can disagree with that, and that's fine. That's on you. If I'm doing it, that's how I classify it. And void pointers fall in that. Calling it dangerous implies something deeper. Maybe if you don't like the word dangerous, we can come up with a different word. What I mean is that it can have unintended consequences, which generally is bad for your application from a security standpoint, which is, in my opinion, dangerous. Security implications are dangerous. From unintended code to failure, which could cause outages. Like Google had. Oh, yeah. Google taking down half the internet for 2.5 hours. Maybe that's dangerous. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I guess it depends on what you consider dangerous. So if our argument is on the definition of dangerous, I don't know what the definition of dangerous is, actually. I don't know what the involved or filled with danger is. Perilous. It's probably not perilous. Being likely to do harm. It depends on how you define harm. Attended or beast with danger, full of risk. I consider it full of risk. So I don't know. I consider it full of risk. Not to self-harm, but I don't know. I'm not very good with English, so I will, instead of saying dangerous, I will say full of peril. Full of peril. I want to use void pointers for the thrill. Russell. Oh, goodness. Because, Grey Hatter, when you cry wolf about everything, then nothing becomes an issue. And I try to help people with things that I can help them with. I write a lot of crappy code, though, so I can't help them not write crappy code because I write a decent amount of it. Let's see. So what we were going to do is right now when we run Wordle, if this isn't a running state, what we don't do is we don't show chat messages. I'd love to show chat messages over here because this is a guess, but this is not a guess. And so you won't see any of that over here. And I'd love to get chat in here. So you'll see my guess here. I missed the first round. So basically you can send anything, but only 5 character letters will be accepted. There is no spell check at this point either, which I've been told is a bug. And we don't have a good Wordle solver yet. Our solver is a little dented. And the reason it's a little dented is, let's say there's one A in the word that okay, actually I can show it to you. Let's do this. Let's run this. I don't only warn about void pointers. If you sit here, I'll warn about anything I can. So you see D here. Now watch this. If we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Ds, it's going to show yellow in all of these and green right here, right? Which is wrong. Okay, I guess there's 2 Ds, but like the fact is these Ds aren't in the wrong place because there's only 2 Ds. And so the solver is broken in that regard. I'm not fixing that today. I need to actually think about how we do the solver. I think Gray Hatter actually had a good way with the masks to do it. So we'll work on a good Wordle solver that's efficient later. Right now, what I'd love to do is get Twitch chat in here so that we have a little bit of chat going on, and we can actually make this a little bigger and stuff. I try not to warn only about those types of things. I try to warn about any types of things. This is why I talk about metastable errors. You want to talk about metastable errors. And yeah, you're right. That could be considered over-engineered. There's always a fine line of like, hey, let's make a product and get it out there before engineering it to the moon. But then there's also a thing like, hey, we're Google and we provide critical infrastructure for businesses. That thing should be engineered. So there's a difference between engineering a project. I hate it when people say an engineered project is over-engineered. What they really mean, they don't mean over-engineered, is they mean that the product wasn't a bridge yet. The project wasn't a thing that businesses were putting critical infrastructure on. If it is, it doesn't matter if you only have one user. If that user is a business that's putting critical infrastructure on it, it better be a bridge that can hold your train or whatever you're putting across it. So I really don't like the word over-engineered because, I mean, the thing is, you got to engineer it to hold what it needs to hold. If you're building a bridge on the little country back road, you put a sign that says only 10 tons can cross this. Okay, now I know that only 10 tons can cross. It's not under-engineered, it's not over-engineered, it's engineered exactly to hold 10 tons. So the basic idea is you got to engineer it for what you're designing it for. And part of that is what the cost to run is, what the cost to operate, what the cost to engineer and design it is. So you got to know all of those things and the price that you can sell whatever it is that you're doing. Because if it costs more to engineer it than what you can sell it for, it's not a valid product. So I don't know. I guess that's the only really valid thing is when the thing you're designing isn't a critical thing and you design it better than it needs to be, even though you have a constraint that says it needs to be engineered for cheaper and downtime isn't an issue, then you're over-engineering it, which is almost every personal project you ever make. Any personal project I ever make. Okay, so I need to get Twitch messages into this. First business is I need to make that Twitch messages bigger. It needs to be like over here for sure. Okay. This is going to be, this is going to bust up my factoring here. I had a nice prime in here. Yeah, Gray Hatter, it's like an overfit. Over-engineered is fine with me. It's just like, it just depends on what you're engineering for. If you're trying to get to the moon, you gotta engineer it above and beyond. If you're trying to build a chicken coop, do you really need to engineer it, or do you just need to throw some pieces of wood together and say that's not going anywhere? That's probably all you need to do. But it just means you got to know what your targeting is. That was worse. 15 is not a prime number. Let's shoot for 11. So if we make this 8, we'll get 11. And that will widen that. That's still not nearly enough, is it? Okay. So in Google's thing, you know, having a problem with a thundering herd is the level of engineering they should have done. My Wordle game won't have that. We'll have clients that just thundering herd, just absolutely destroy it. All right, keeping this a prime number because that's important to me. Wait, 9 is not a prime. Shoot. Okay, 7. So if we're gonna make this a 7, we're gonna throw. I guess we do 4 and 3. Is that the right ratio? That seems way too. That's actually pretty good. That's actually pretty good. I should have gone with that. That's actually pretty good. Okay. Primes for the win. And that should be up there. So the timer's at the bottom. We should put the timer and the round at the top, honestly. Let's do that really quickly. Let's take that. So your time left. Yeah, okay. Cool. I mean, this is the whole thing. It just depends on what you mean. You know, when I say something is dangerous, I'm trying to warn people. You know, it's why I like Rust is because I can sit here on stream and fairly reasonably, if it works, it's good. Whereas when I program in C or C++, I have to actually sit there and think about the code a little bit more than I can while streaming. You know, while streaming, it wouldn't be very fun if I was sitting here like, okay, let me map out what this pointer is and follow these rules and whatnot. Maybe some of you are better at C and can do that. For me, it takes a lot of thought and effort to ensure that I'm doing it correctly. Whereas with Rust, I feel a little bit more comfortable just being like, for the most part, it's not perfectly safe, but for the most part, if it will compile, it will be safe. Unwrap is not safe. I'll talk about that. It's not safe. You shoot yourself right in the foot with that unwrap. It'd be exciting when he comes to run it because I have taken the stream down before. I remember when I did the downloading the network stuff and I like multi-threaded it with I multi-threaded the package pooling with tilt and I took the stream down because I saturated my internet bandwidth. That was exciting. All right. So we got some timer stuff. That looks better. So that's the time left for the guess. The round. I don't know that we even need to know the round. It's the first round, obviously. All right, let's start pumping Twitch messages into here. That's the next thing on the. Now, is this the change that caused it to fail? It shouldn't, right? I'm just getting the ID. Yeah, okay. Now what I think I did here, what did I do here to cause it to fail? I don't remember. So this gives us the ID of the component. And so what we really want to do is be able to send messages to it. Which we're kind of doing now, but we need to do better. Now, I need to look at this. There's a list and there's a something better than a list, actually. An overflow. An overflow offset has to be changed via events rather than a template value. I want something that just auto scrolls. Right now, we're just using a V stack, right? A V spec with an expand overflow. Maybe this will work how I'm thinking it is. Okay, so let's just try this. So what we need is we have messages and we're just putting them in as a string. Really, we need to pass in like user information and stuff so we could put like a Twitch or a YouTube icon, depending on which one it is. Let's. So. I don't know what I'm thinking here. So we have this thing that's passing a message. Oh, I was going to say it needs to be more than just a string, right? Let's actually make its own struct here. Let's do chat message. Content. We also need like a pub. Yeah. Author is fine. We'll just start with this. Let's derive. We need to derive. What do we need to derive? Default? Do we need to? No, maybe we don't need to. I was trying to remember. It's default and state are needed for the state, but we don't need that for the chat message. And then we're going to change this to chat message. Beautiful. So now we do message dot content. And then this is where messages, do we, the thing is, we kind of need it to be like a, we can't put this chat message in there. One second, I got to look up what we did. Here, right? So the message can't be part of the value. Oh no, it can be. It can't. No, it can't be. It can't be. It has to be like basically primitives. So yeah, we did the default. I think is the big one that needs to be there. Let's look here. Default for cell. Yeah, these are all needing to be part of that, and then these can be used in the state, right? So when we come down here and look at the state, but we're just using primitives for the state again. Okay. And these had to derive state. Okay. Let's try this now. So I'd like to use chat messages in state. And if that is the case, then this has to derive state. Which isn't exactly what I want to do. Nightbot won't ban you, probably. It might ban you. Just don't spam caps. I need to disable Nightbot. It's not actually being helpful. The only thing Nightbot does that's helpful at this point is does this. And I think I can turn everything off but that from Nightbot. I think. You know. I don't know. Oh, we could listen to your little music. All right. So I don't want to make this implement state. So how do I store this in state? I could just translate this into it. You know what? For right now, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to translate this into a string into here. So instead of message count, I'm going to do message.author like this, right? Yeah. Wait. Why isn't this supported? This is totally supported. It's totally supported. Invalid format string. Field access isn't supported. Not supported in format string. It 100% is. I don't understand. Literally doing it right here. What did I do wrong? How did I mess this up so badly? And why is it working here? I don't actually understand what I did wrong here. Please somebody step in and correct me. I realize I messed up. All right, whatever. It was... All right, it doesn't matter. All right, we'll just append them that way for right now. Not the best. I'd like to get like image in there somehow. I guess it would just be like red dot for your YouTube, purple dot. We can do that for the platform that it's coming on, but we're not going to worry about that right now. So that's the message. We'll send it. The value stays the same. Okay. So now all we have to do is pump chat messages into this. We have the message. We have the on message handler. And if we go over here to the game.rs, we have the Twitch chat ID. So now all we have to do is pass that into this game loop. And then in the game loop, we just do... Yeah, we're going to put it here, though. The AI is a little dented. It's not an indexed message. It is... I think it's named really poorly. It's named really poorly. Let's name this to... Oh, it's chat messages now. Let's update this. All right, we have our emitter. This needs to be updated to not like this, but like this. Okay. Now, basically, anytime we handle a Twitch chat message, we do two things. So we try to receive it and we guess with it. But we already have this stuff out like this, so guess what we're going to do? Emit the chat message to the Twitch chat component. Beautiful. Should we wrap this in a function? We did the other emits like this, but I almost feel like no. And this is all wrong. This is a chat messages, right? Yeah. So, and this has author. We could actually do into, right? Let's go here. No, just we'll do chat messages. Yeah, we'll just do a nice new. I like this. I like this method. Honestly, I feel like there's probably actually a derive that does this right here. There's probably a derive that does this just for every field. Yeah, I should look that up. I say that, like, I probably should know this. It's probably a fantastic derive, right? Failed to send. What are we failed to send? We're failing to send chat messages. It's actually a chat message. It's a message to the front end with a chat message. Yeah, got it. Okay, expected index message. Found chat message. Oh, do I need a new emitter? Do I need its own emitter? Is this emitter is not tied to a type, is it? Not Twitch chat ID. Oh gosh, that was a bug. There we go. There we go. I almost screwed that up. That is the power of a type system. Like, that's really cool. The type system could tell me on this function, if this was a void pointer, we wouldn't have known. Done. Super cool. Saved me from an embarrassing bug. I mean, I still had the embarrassing, I screwed that up on Twitch chat, but yeah, saved me from the big embarrassing bug. Okay, do we get chat messages? Hey. Oh, look at that. Twitch chat just piped right through there. And now if we guess, you still see the guess. And does it come through? Boom. So now we can talk. So you guys can be chatting, and you can also be guessing at the same time. Cool. Gray Hatter, you're gonna knock it out of the park. Wow, you did better than I did. Although, we did know it had an O in it. It has an O. At the end of the game, should I tell you what the word is? It doesn't right now. It's just like loser. I think it actually crashes. Well, let's wait and see. I think it crashes. No, it just goes on to the next round. It should just scroll until somebody gets it. What should we do? So right now it just submits a because I don't have. If nobody guesses for a round, should it just like make all the cells red? I don't have functionality for that, but like, what is the functionality if nobody guesses? I guess I should get more popular so people are guessing. What a self burn. What a self burn. Should pick a random 5-letter word from a sentence, but what happens if it gets it right? Might want to add. So again, yeah, I'm literally just playing around with that. Is that too short? For testing, it's really nice because you just want to get really fast feedback. We actually have, this just does the duration here. Testing at 20 seconds was a little long just for testing around. I want it to be a little fast pace, right? But I don't know what, is too, like, I thought it would be fun to be like a little fast pace. And then I thought it would also be fun to do like a little score keeping here for like the people that actually guess the right word. Instead of a timeout, some random user gets really lucky. But a random user wouldn't get lucky if I'm submitting it, right? So I thought the time would make it kind of fun because you have people like trying to guess, right? That was my thought. So it will only take your last guess, right? So if you guess 3 times, it will take your last one. And it takes the most popular guess. So if like 1 million people were voting, and like speed was, I'll do blurg. Now, if somebody else did something else, it would pick blurg, right? Right, it's gonna pick blurg because it's the most popular voted on. So I thought the time limit would kind of make this like voting thing where people are trying to get their one. Again, Russell, with Oxbow, nobody else voted for it, so it picks the most voted for word. That's the idea. So that's why I thought the speed would be kind of fun. Maybe what I'll do. All right, how about this? If nobody guesses, yeah, if you play after it's run its course, maybe what I'll do is I'll make it where if nobody votes, the AI votes. We'll make an AI vote. And so it's like Twitch chat playing versus AI. I don't know. It's just to have fun. So whatever people find more fun, we'll do that. That's why I'm asking you guys. Tell me what would be more fun. I have ideas, but it's just whatever people would have fun doing. I thought a scoreboard would be fun. People would try to get the word. I do have... let's see. What is that function called? So there are some stuff. So it has to be 5 letters and it has to be ASCII. Where's my validate guess? Oh, this is what I started on. So that there could be no spaces either. I was going to use this for guess validation. Instead of this here, right? Actually, let's just throw this in here now. It's better than what's here. This doesn't need a reference to self. We're gonna take this out because there's no reason to have this. I'm gonna leave it as part of, should I, I don't know about this. Yeah, I need it. I don't use associated functions very often. I think I'm going to leave it part of as an associated function, right? Which is what this is. I don't use these in Rust very often. It's only valid in here, really, right? I think I was thinking eventually I could validate it with like something else, but it doesn't need anything in here. So I don't know. I don't know. I could just make it a function outside of here, but it doesn't really seem, it's associated with the game round. We're validating, I guess. So anyways, I don't know. I'll leave it in here. All right. Let's see. If not game, so it's not valid. This is where I wanted to spell check. I don't know how to spell check. I don't know how to spell. I don't know how to spell check in Rust. I could do like a word list and make sure that it's on a word list. I looked for some crates. I don't want something that's like learning. I just want a word list. This is all about this. Maybe I'll just spend some time off stream looking for a word list. I could use the word list that random word gets me. Let's just fix that. Random word does not have, yeah, let's, oh, wait. Let's see, it doesn't have like a check spelling, but it could. Because it has a word list. I could use their word list, but their word list isn't just 5, so I guess I could take a word list, use Python to chop out any word that's longer than 5, make a new word list that then just has 5 characters. It would be one that is within this word list. And maybe that's what I need to do. Oh, thank you, Russell. Download, please. Oh, there we go. Okay. So let's go here. CP. Let's see. Downloads. What did that save as? Wordle list. All right, and then we'll dump that. Actually, we'll just make it right here, actually, right? We'll just put the word list right here. I was gonna make like an asset folder. Maybe I make it in the game's asset folder. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm feeling. I don't know that that's right. I'll probably regret it. That's what I'm doing. So, downloads. So, if I... So basically, this is just read a line, right? And I need to just pick a random line. Oh, I guess if I'm spell checking, I have to see if it's in here. How do I efficiently spell check? Do I just load this whole thing into memory? It's not too big, right? Maybe I do that. Is this all that it is? I'm reading it all into memory. I'm reading it. Well, so if I was leaving it on disk, the reason I ask how do I effectively spell check is there's a couple ways you could do it. If you're leaving it on disk and it's ordered, if it's sorted, which it did appear to be sorted, you could very much use like a merge tree, your LSM tree, because then you'd be able to actually do like a library catalog and get very close and then just search through the parts. So you could do it like by first letter or something like that. So like that would be pretty easy. You build you open the file, you read the contents and mark out the specific areas. And then when you have a B, you go to the B section. So like, it's actually a very valid question of how to do it efficiently. I don't know why that was funny. The other way that you could do it is by reading it all into memory and doing it on like a hash map. That's like super simple. And since it's small enough, that's what I'm doing. And then it's what you favor more. Do you favor memory more or speed more? Because the all in memory is going to be way faster, right? I think. I mean, I don't know. That's at least the question I was asking myself internally when I asked the question. Maybe everybody knew that it was going to be so small already. I didn't realize how tiny it was. Yeah, but I mean, like, is this actually taking up active RAM? Like, I don't know. Is that really taking up active RAM? That's what the question you have to ask yourself. Do you not have enough RAM to handle that? I think we have enough memory. I'm just going to go out. I'll use a little bit of my 61 gigs. You know, I would also like... I make the joke that I have extra memory, which I do have extra memory, but like, since I would love for other people to be able to run this if they'd like to run it with their Twitch chat, which would be fantastic. I'd like to make it efficient as possible, but at this level, it doesn't matter. Everybody has enough RAM. Everybody has enough RAM. So like, that's fine. Oh, okay, Gray Hatter. Sorry, I mistook what you were going for. I was like, it seemed like a complex thing for me, but like, I'm not going to do it efficiently. 100% not going to do it efficiently. I'm just gonna load that whole list. And I'm just gonna shove it into a key value pair where I don't care what the value is. Like, it's just going to be a does exist check, right? In a hash map, which is crazy inefficient on load. And you know, if somebody comes and is like, hey, this uses too much memory and I'd like to run it on my crappy M1 Mac, I'll be like, okay, we can do it better. We can do it better. But yeah. Okay, so let's on start. Where do we need this? We need this at the start of a game. Do we pass it in here or do we read it on the game loop start? I feel like this is the thing. We don't want to read it in the game loop. We're going to read it at the start here. We're going to build the hash map and then we're going to pass the hash map into here. So what we're going to say is spell check spell checker equals hash map. It's not a placeholder. AI, that is my spell checker. It's literally just going to be a hash map. I know, it's super stupid. Can we just do empty type? Yeah. Binary search would be fast. No, wouldn't it? Binary search wouldn't be faster. Binary search is not faster. Binary search allows you to do a range, which we wouldn't be able to do a range. We wouldn't have any search functionality, but this would be constant time. Now there's an overhead to the hashing, but we're going to do that in all one step. So that's not even a really problem. You gotta hash the thing that you're, but again, like, that's gonna be a very set amount of time. Binary search will have time, right? Yeah. Hash step, lookups require hash step too. So, let's put it this way. With a significantly large thing, hash maps are faster if you can hold them all in memory. Now, it depends on the hashing algorithm is a one step, and that's all you require. Now, for a significant or sufficiently small enough data set, you're right that the hashing would be shorter than searching 2 or 3 depths of a binary search tree. But a binary search tree will take more time usually. I am agreeing with you, Greyhound. Now, I don't know where that happens, right? I don't know where that happens, and I think it has a lot to do with a lot of your data, right? How flat is your B tree, and a lot of stuff like that. What was that over-engineered subject of later? Okay, I'm doing this because it's stupid simple. Whether it's faster or not, I actually think that that's a really interesting thing of asking, when does a B tree get worse than a hashing function? And a lot depends on your hashing function. There are actually a lot of hashing functions. I'm just going to use the default one here because it's better than what I could write, probably. Yeah, so anyways. Yeah, so let's build a function get spell checker. Not returning an empty thing. Read, let's see if we can get the AI to do this. Read the, what did we name this file? Wordlist.txt. And it is in the game's Wordle assets. Read the spell checker file from the src games Wordle assets file. It's wordlist.txt. Wordlist.txt. Read the spell checker file from the wordlist file and read each line into the hash map. I'm just accepting it. It's golden. It's got it. It's got it. It's got it. I'm sure. It did not get the final. There we go. The final calibrate. New hash map, file path. I don't know if this is gonna work. I think we might need to. I don't know. Because this is at runtime. And so it depends on, ooh, this is at runtime. We could actually do this at compile time, right? I don't know. This will be fine right now. We could at the build compile this text file into the asset. I haven't done that in a really. I did this one other time once. It'll be okay. What got automod? One second. At some point, the optimization or need. Oh. Automod is just fun. Just a delight. Automod is a delight. Sorry about that. I was not checking that out. So sorry I missed your comment. All right, get spell checker. We're just gonna read this. I think this will be fine. Okay, so 4 lines in read to string file. Is read to string the right thing? Let me see. I don't read it as reads the entire content of it into a string. I think we just want. We'll try it. All right, read to string, 4 lines in lines. We are doing all uppercase, so this is cool that it caught that. Everything is all right. Cool. I think it should work. So then we're just going to do this here. And now because we have a spell checker, you know what? I just went where this validate thing didn't need to have a reference to the object because what did it matter? Well, it will matter now, right? Gosh dang it. The game round now needs to have a spell checker. Gosh dang it. I win. Oh, it's fine. I mean, I already have self here. So like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Unless if I can't spell soul. You know what I want? I'm doing 2 upper here twice, which just boils my, I don't know what I was gonna say there. We'll stop copying so much. No unneeded allocations. Keep our Wordle game blazing fast. Wouldn't want anything else. The internet says to use hash set, which would make sense. Couldn't have a duplicate. Isn't a hash set a little slower though because it has the validation? I thought hash set was slower. And it brings you... It brings you the... Isn't a hash set a little slower? I don't think that I actually want to use a hash. I don't know. I'm trying to think about it right now. Probably should use a hash set just for signaling intent, but because the set is only keeping 1 instead of having the extra, you know, the extra value that we don't use. Yeah, I don't think it would be slower. I think what I was thinking is hash set is slower if you access all the elements as like a value, as like if you want to iterate over all the values. I was doing this a while ago, and because of how they implement hash set, if you do that, there was something along those lines, but I'm obviously wrong about a lot of stuff, so I'm probably wrong about this. All right, so we got a spell checker in there. Hash map can't have duplicates in its keys though, right? It can have duplicates of values, which is why I think it's actually faster. And since we're only using the keys, I think it's actually faster how we're using, but it doesn't matter, and hash set is probably better. Hash map can't. If a hash map can have a duplicate key, its hashing function is broken, right? So, I mean, it kind of can, but... The word self should hash to self every single time. Like, the hash should be the same value each time. No, it's how hashes work. Self should hash to self every single time, or we'd never be able to find the key, right? Absolutely. The word self, the hash collision is when two different things go to the same hash, okay? Let's talk about this because there's a little confusion. So, a hash collision is when the word self and the word shell hash to the same thing. That's a hash collision. To the same thing. Now, the word self should always, absolutely always, hash to the same thing. This is not a hash collision. This is how hashing works. Because if it didn't, if this hashed to something different, then what happens is that you'd never be able to find the thing that you looked for, because that's how it finds the thing. It does one hash on the word self and finds the record for it. I can get into this if people are confused about it. I'm happy to do it. It's what powers hash maps and makes them so fast and efficient. Yeah. So a hash map by default, if you're using just the keys, is, and to be clear, I'm only using the keys. I'm not using the values. So a hash set, the values are unique. But again, the hash map is already doing that for me. So like, because I'm not using the values, I'm throwing those away. So. In a hash set, there are no values, right? Because it's just the map, which is why it's more explicit. I agree, it's more explicit. I already went this way. Okay, we can set it to hash. We'll use it to hash set. There's a built-in one, so it doesn't matter. No, there. Yeah. Cool. Which is fine. It doesn't matter, but it does because it's more explicit, which is fine. And more explicit is less dangerous. And by dangerous, I mean unintended things, because it's actually more helpful for people that are coming up and trying to do it, because you're explicitly saying, hey, there are no values, which is fine. I mean, that's what the whole no op thing was for, but this is fine and good. Consume Prince, it's been a little while. It's good to see you. Is there a mechanism to use a random number to index within each? Can you use them for the initial pick of the word? I'm wondering, I don't understand what you're saying, Russell. Scott, we're doing spell check the dented way. We're doing spell check the dented way. The glorious way. The way everybody wish that they could spell check. I think it's just contains now. Yeah. Cool. What about undented? You came to the wrong channel, brother. You came to the wrong channel. Oh, the random word? Yeah. I got that. I gotcha. That happens somewhere up here, because I mostly did this all in one big file, because that's how I like to do things on stream. 1 second. This is now just this, and this is a hash set. And this is now spell checker. So I get a random word using this library that gets a random word from the English library. Now I could scrap this, because this does like this has a library of all, like, it has a bunch of languages. Obviously, we're picking English. It also has words that aren't 5 characters, although I'm saying get it from 5 characters. So, like, we could do effectively what they're doing here. They're not loading it in memory. So to do this, we wouldn't want it to be in a hash map or a hash set, right? Because to do random, that's not what hash maps or hash sets do. What you'd want to do is probably get the max number of lines and get a random number and just read that line. That's probably what I would do. I wouldn't even build a database. I would just get the total number of lines and read the line that's the random number, right? Well, I was just going to make it part of the validation process. So now when we get a word, what we're going to do is just move this out to a function. So let word equal get random word. We're going to pass the spell checker into that get random word. And then we're going to do this inside in a loop for right now. I think what we should do is we should set this up to use this get random word to use our word list. I think that it can do that. For right now, we'll just do it the dented way because that's how I do it. We can just do a string here. It tried to get it from the spell checker. Oh my goodness. No, no. Redo. No, go back. Redo. What I wanted to do is, hey, what did I delete from here? Okay, well, I gotta redo all of that now. Oh my goodness. So let word equals, this is random word, the module, get length is 5, language is English, and then, yeah, there is like a option static string. So wait. Did we? This is actually, we need to get a word, right? Because this needs to not be a string. This actually needs to be a word. Okay. So I do need to make this return a word, which, if people aren't familiar with, this is just a array of 5 U8s. Okay, so that's what we were doing. I was gonna say we were doing a little bit more. I forget exactly how we did this. Okay, so we're going to do 2 upper. No, not. And then as bytes. Isn't it dot into? Because we need it to be 5. We covered this yesterday. It's not as bytes. What was it? Is this fine? Yeah, no, I'm returning this. Can we just do this? Oh, no. What we need to do now is the try into. But we need to also do our checks and then return word. Word. So, and then do we need to do an expect on here? Try into is returning something, right? Yeah, this is like a result, so I think it might be better to do the copy bytes from than this. From an allocation standpoint, I need to think about it, but we'll do this. And now what we need to do is like check if the words in the spell checker. Yeah. So let's do this a little bit differently than this. We're gonna do this in a loop. Let word equals I don't know what I'm doing. Obviously, I don't know what I'm doing. So then we can do something like, while I don't want to do this word iterator equals C. You know what we could do? Let's actually, maybe we do this. Maybe we do this, right? While not spell checker. I don't love this because I'm casting to a string, but I think I think let's at least get this working. Contains, and we'll just do the string here. Let's see, there's from UTF lossy word. I don't need to do the to upper. Basically this. Okay, I don't need all that. I just wanted the curly brace, but it wouldn't get to it. What I do need is this. And then we'll take this out. And then we can get rid of this and just return word, right? Is this very, very bad? Apparently. Let's see. Diagnostics. Required by bound in here. Ooh, boy. Do we have to? Ooh. Okay, the spell checker contains strings. We're gonna convert the word. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. We're going to do word equals A, B, C, D, E. We're gonna leave it as this. What we're going to do is we're going to do this. We're going to do this here. Right? And then word is going to be a string, and so does not need any of this. Right? Okay. Let's see. Oh, oops. As No, I don't want it as bytes. I want it as a string. Let word equals a string. Okay. And then contains, we don't need all of this garbage, right? No, we don't. Now we have too many of these. Wait, what did it expect a reference to? Okay, a string. Okay, cool. We don't even need to clone it here then, right? Which would be a bad allocation. All right, Russell. What if the random word isn't in the spell checker? Can't happen anymore. Can't happen. We still have errors. Oh. Cannot assign twice to immutable variable word. Okay. Mute word. Thank you. All right. Are we done? Are we done? Are you guys ready to play a game of Wordle? Are you ready? Are you ready? Oh, you know, I probably am not getting this word list right. We'll see. Oh, well. Oops. This was on line 107. Fix incoming. All right. Let's see. Not insert. Yeah, there we go. Done. Fixed. Ready? Go. All right, chat. I'm gonna play along. Never. I'm guessing with Russell. Well, Russell didn't really get to guess. Because it was Change your guess to error. Oh. All right. Never. Now, see, this E is probably wrong because we don't have a good solver. We don't have a good solver. In the event of a tie, it's going to pick one of you guys as a tiebreaker. It's just going to pick one. It picks... let's try something that's not a word. I'm going to try this. Somebody guess something that is a word. I just guessed something that's not a word. Actually, if nobody guesses anything, it will do all A's. Okay, so it should do all A's now. Yeah, cool. So it rejected our guesses. Russell's going for the W here. Russell's going for the... He's like, forget this testing. I'm going to win. This is my game. Oh, it's heating up. It's heating up. And then you guys just let a guess go by. A valuable guess. So, right, like this E right here, we don't know it, like, it could have two E's. It could be like this E because it contained the E, right? So our solver needs work. Another thing that I was noticing here, it would be cool to highlight guesses over here. So like people know what people are guessing. And what I was going to say is it would be cool to like mark it as accepted or rejected. Like, so if you misspell something, it would like mark your guess as rejected. Because like these should have been marked as rejected. Dude, display link is so awesome and frustrating at the same time. It's like Wayland. I love and hate Wayland at the same time. Although I use display link just fine, but I don't use it to its fullest capabilities. All right, cool. So the spell checker works. We got chat working, which is super cool. I think the next big thing that we need to do is the solver. The solver is really dented. Not only is it not efficient, we're wasting nanoseconds on this, okay? Look, we double for loop on a 5-character word. Can you imagine the nanocycles wasted on this? Oh my goodness, my heart just physically hurts due to this. The real issue here is it's just wrong. It will say it contains if the word exists. Which I think the correct. So, like, I think the correct way of doing this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, my understanding of the Wordle game. Let's say the word is Let's say it's guess. Let's say this is the word. And let's say that, I know this isn't a word, but let's say that we did all use as our guess. You know what? This will be easier like this. Okay, just straighten it up really quickly. Don't mind me. Okay, so let's say this is our guess here. This would be marked yellow. Well, I guess I have orange here. Do I got a lighter orange? Like, oh my gosh. Oh well. This would all be marked, yeah, except for this one. This one would be green. And this is wrong. It should be like this, right? Right, because there's only one U up here. And likewise, like if we had guessed E here, let's say this is our E. Let's say we guessed E here. This one should have been orange. This one should be orange. And these should all be white. Like, this is a valid one as well. The first one that's in the wrong place. Should be. So like this is what we need to do to the solver. I can do it dented wise, but I also think that we have some work on making it a less dented solver as well. I think we can use masks, maybe. I'm wondering how much time I want to put into actually solving a Wordle solver and not just doing it the dented way, because it feels like it's fun, but I feel like I might get frustrated getting into it. My first thought here is to take the word and put it into a hash map where the value stands for how many times that character exists. So when you do a contains or a match, you can actually decrement that in the hash map, right? And you can keep track basically of how many times it's been used. But you have to then do the contains after the letter. So this is still pretty dented. So you have to basically go through and do all the letters first. And then you can loop through and do the contains, which is doing a triple loop, right? So now we're up to 3 loops and we're still wasting a nanosecond. Should we see if we can get an efficient solver for Rust from ChatGPT? I forgot that I forgot that Firefox released this. I don't know. I've never got this quite because, like, I'm fine with it being on a tab. I guess this way I can switch tabs and still have it up. I don't know. That's not super useful to me. Maybe I'm just old. What are you working on? I want to write a Wordle solver in Rust. All right, we're gonna bust this out. I'm actually just gonna show it what I have right now. A Wordle solver in Rust that is efficient. That is efficient without many nested loops. Currently, this is my code, but it's not 100% correct, as it will show too many present. Do an inventory of the word, do an inventory of the guess, and run the difference between the two. Right, but that doesn't take into correct is a higher priority than present, right? And I have to subtract the correct before the... I absolutely can do it. I feel like it will just be really dented. That's what they're doing. That's literally what I was going to do. Mark correct and count leftover, which is the first loop. And then the second one, you can do present and absence because you'll have the priority. But the problem with this is there's inner loops for these each. So like this will loop over. The correct doesn't. Correct is easy. It's one loop. This will have an internal loop, right? It either does a contains or it does an inner loop, right? Let's see. If cell status is correct, continue. If sum count... Oh, no, because they're just using... At that point, they know it's not correct, so it's still just two loops. Okay, this isn't horrible. It's still two loops. But it's not a nested loop, which is actually probably better than what I currently have, right? I like this. I like this. It's a two-loop approach, which is better than the loop inside of a loop, which is what we have with this contains. This is looping over it again. So this was super dented. Okay. Let's implement this. Although this is not great. Like, you shouldn't do this. Like, there's no reason to do that when we can just do like this, like a better for loop. This is actually safe because Word has a length of 5. So like it is safe, but there's no reason. It's easier to read the other way as well. It also then makes you reference it in a better way. So we're gonna update it to be this way. It doesn't build the hash map either. That's okay. The code doesn't actually work, does it? So this is some trickery with used, right? Why is this so dented and narrow? Like, why, ChatGPT, can't you program something that takes up my screen? I would love for this to not be like this. Okay, I had to copy it in here because... Okay, let's actually look at this. So we got cells, which is just the default. Fine. Then we're keeping track of which ones are used, and then the letter counts is here. So for each one, we're doing... If the guess... This is where the guess is the word, then it's correct. And that marks it as used, right? And we're throwing that at cell as I. Actually, this might be the better way of doing it. And the reason is because it allows you to do this down here, right? Because they're using the... Oh, so you can't do the for loop anyways. This is actually... I was going to challenge them, but I think this is actually probably better than using like the regular for loop. Though we could do the regular for loop with an I. Let me think about it. Maybe this is just golden. Maybe I'll just take this. I still think you could do this with a mask, but I think this is fine. So it's marked as correct. Yep. With its character. And used is marked as true. Then the letter counts, entry. Let's see. Okay, how are they doing this? They're making the character, and if it doesn't exist, they're inserting 0 or plus equal 1. I don't think this is doing what they think it's doing, right? Entry. Let's go look at the documentation. Gets the given keys value corresponding to the map. Right? So we get this word and we get it or we insert 0. So like what this is saying is if it exists, retrieve it, or if it doesn't exist, insert a 0. Then we're getting that value and we're incrementing that value by 1, but we're never setting it. Right? This doesn't actually set that value anywhere. I feel like I have to be wrong. I've never done a dereference here with this, which is what I'm thinking is maybe actually making this correct. I've never used this way. Is this a valid way of using this? See, they do like the and modify. I have seen this. I've never seen the all-powerful star operator with a plus equal. So maybe it is working, and I've just never used it that way. I would much prefer using the and modify, right? And then with an or insert of 1, right? Right, we could do the exact same thing that's being done here. Like this. Right. You just take this and you do letter counts dot entry self dot word at I. Yeah. And you do and modify or insert 1. So or insert is going to give you a mutable value of the. Ensures the value in the entry is inserting the default. So it's giving you a mutable reference. So this does work. Right? Because it's letting you change it. I think this is gross. We're going to go with this. So basically what this does is it gets the entry. And it modifies it. So, provides an in-place mutable access to the occupied entry before any potential inserts into the map. I actually think maybe we need to do or insert before and modify. Is that true? Yeah, maybe. I've not done this type of chaining before. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if this works. We'll see if this is a good solver. Okay. So that all makes sense. So we have our thing that's inserted. And we're keeping a count. You know, if it doesn't exist, we'll insert 1. If it does exist, we will do 1. If it does exist, we'll increment the count. All right, the second is we're looking for absent or present ones. So so this is just saying if it's marked as correct, we ignore it, which makes sense. It already has its thing. So if let some count equal letter counts get mutable. If count is greater than 0, it's putting it as it's putting it as present, and then it's removing 1 from the count. Otherwise, it's marking it as absence. This is not correct. This is the count of correct. This is actually... I hate this about AI. It's so close, but it's like an off by 1 error, and it's so confidently wrong on it. So what this is doing is it's doing the right thing, but it's taking the number of entries that are correct. But what we really need to do is we need to take the original word. Oh, wait. Is this is taking the get? Yeah. This is all the correct ones. This is the count of all the correct ones. Not of the original word itself. So shoot. This was so good, but now I'm gonna have to think about it. Okay, so what we really need is 2 lists of count, right? No, we don't. We don't need 2 lists. What we need to do is we need to build a list from the word, from the guess. So let's do this. We just need another for loop here. For I in Nope, none of this. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. What we need to do is build this letter counts. We just need to do, all we need to do is this right here. Right? Can't type. Okay, so for I in 0 to 5, letter counts equals the word at I. So we're just going to build the count of correct words. If it's all A's, it would be A and 5, right? And then here, what we need to do is we actually need to decrement one of those, right? So we need to do something like, let's do letter counts dot, we're just going to do, yeah, I guess we have to do entry, self dot word at I, and modify, and subtract the count. There shouldn't be an or here, but we'll, no, let's delete the or. There shouldn't be an or. I want this to error. Yeah, it will error. I want this to error if we get this, because then it's a bug. If it's correct, it has to have been inserted, right? There has to be one there for it. All right. So we'll get it and we'll modify it. We'll remove one of the counts. Now we can do this down here, and this will be correct. All right, we fixed it up. Now my question is, can I do this in this one? Can I? I think I can, right? Because, yeah, I can actually do this in this one, right? Okay, hear me out here. I'm gonna do this first. Right here. So, and then if it matches, it will just get removed immediately. And that's fine. Am I cooking or am I cooked? I don't know right yet. What did I just cook? One second. Was it also adding? Did I miss this? Did I miss it? Or did I add this? What did I do? What did I do? I think I'm cooked. I think it was, maybe I misunderstood. Maybe, I don't know. One second. So if it's correct, it marks the cell as used. If it's not correct, it takes the correct word and adds that. I think it was correct. I think I was just cooking something that was not good to eat. That was not good to eat. It was doing what I was doing. All right, never mind. I was not cooking. Not cooking at all. So this should be fine because it only counts ones that weren't already marked correct. And it's adding those. And this is why they are accessing it from I instead of another way to do it. Okay. I think this is fine. I think we just delete mine. Let's try this. I think this is good. Words. Again, we need some information over here to make this look better, but we'll be good here. Like if it's accepted or not. Like I want to like make it red if it's not accepted. Words was not accepted? Why is words not accepted? Why? Why was words not accepted? Is it not in the dictionary? Is it just broken now? I need another word. I'm not good at Wordle, guys. Thank you, Russell. Thank you. Please don't make me play Wordle. That's not the that's not the point of this show. It was me playing Wordle. All right, another word that ends with SE. Braze. All I could think of. Loose. Is 20 seconds with stream delay not enough? Do I need to do more? I really don't know as far as it goes. I want it to be a little bit like high paced. No, we knew that O's weren't. We knew this one wasn't correct because we have the O's, right? Man, this time limit kills me. And we'll never know the word after this. We've lost. Let's actually print out the word at the top, whatever the word is. Let's do that. Watch this. I'll show you guys a cheat. This is the unfun way of playing Wordle, but about the only way I actually play Wordle. Let's see. Oh man, I need to make this cleaner. This is way too. Watch this. Watch this. There we go. Let's guess a word that's not quite right. What would be a good word here? That has some of that. Fires? Is fires a are plurals not allowed? Thief. Okay. So that looks like it's working, right? Yeah. So then if we guess the right word. Boom. And the game's done. That, my friends, is how you play Wordle. Look at that. I got on the second guess. I saw this. I was like, what could it be? What could it be? 50. It's the only thing. It's just math. It's how the old, I'm joking. It's right there. Okay, just in case you haven't seen. I'm terrible at this game. I'm terrible at it. Okay. Cool. I still think that we could do more efficient than this, but I'm super happy with this as is. And this just came back to that, yeah, keeping the hash map of the count. That's all you need. And this is actually more efficient than the original one because we had the inner loop. Question, in Wordle, are you not allowed to use plurals? Is like plurals to get your thing to 5 letters, is that not a thing? I obviously don't play Wordle much. All right. Some more to-dos that we need to do is I want it to like do a you win thing and then like start over again. So like if I'm on break, you guys can play a couple rounds. It depends on what's in that word list. Yeah, I was gonna say because I did a, I don't know, I did a plural and it didn't take it. So like, really, these are the words. This is why I don't play Wordle. This is why I don't play Wordle. I don't even know what that word means. I probably should, but I don't. What is that? A jurat is a certificate attached to an affidavit or other legal document verifying the document was properly sworn to be affirmed before an authorized officer. So sales is not in the word list. Yeah. I don't know where we got that word list. That's what I'm saying. Like, everything that I tried that was plural wasn't working. I don't know. But it wasn't, I guess blarg isn't plural. Nor is a word. I was trying to think of another plural. Boxes. Because it's not even being counted as like, so it's obviously not in the word list. Yeah, boxes. So my guess is that Wordle doesn't accept plurals. Is that true? I didn't realize that. I've been guessing a lot of plurals. I had been guessing a lot of plurals. Ooh, skis was acceptable. But also fail. There's no I-E. Oh, yeah, it's jura. Wait. Oh, when it goes A's, it doesn't actually get checked because it's a round miss. So, okay, question. So, I know some of those things. I want to know what you guys think about if it's fun or not. Whether there should be a time limit for a round, or I don't know how to do it without a time limit, but I can make it longer. I didn't know if the time limit made it more fun. Do you guys want, if you miss a round, an AI plays the game and you guys just watch the AI try to guess? What would be most fun? You guys think about that and we'll implement it. We can even have different modes of Wordle. We could do it where the AI just plays it by itself. Or, whatever. Yeah, and we can also find a better word list. I don't know where to find a good 5-letter word list. The nice thing is we can actually just drop in any word list. So we can play around with, I don't know. Does Wordle not allow plurals? I've never really played Wordle before. Does it allow me to do sales? I'm going to just try it here. So it at least accepts sales, and it has a lot of ale. Sales has ales. Can't spell sales without ale. Never realized that. I now want just this on a shirt. But it did accept it, so like it wouldn't accept this, right? Okay, okay. Does it accept boxes? All right, maybe we need a new word list. This crate has a word list in it. And I could just go and delete all of the non I can just Python script this out, right? And just take out everything that's not 5 letters. And this would also mean then, like, my spell check aligns. We'll get less misses because my spell check should align with the random word generator. $178,000 seems a little low. Most word lists have like 400,000, right? For English. Let me see if it has sales in it. Pre-sale, resale, sales, sales clerk. Yeah, this does have sales in it. Does it have boxes in it? Yeah. I might just use this one. I think we could just Python over this and delete. Like, I feel like this is an easy Python script to just create a 5-letter character. Like, can we? Okay, we can do this. This is easy. Because ChatGPT is going to do it for me. I have a file with words on a single with a word on every line. I want to write a Python script that makes a new file with only the words that are 5 characters long. Ooh, a said awk challenge. Do we not Python this, or do we not ChatGPT this and try to do it all ourselves with command line tools? Yeah, this is probably fine, right? Open it as in file words equals file.read. Read lines 5-letter words equals strip for words and words if letter word length equals 5. Then they open a new file and they write them out. Yeah, okay, so this would be fine. We could have done this in Rust just as easily as well. I'm gonna chat GPT, see if we can't do it. I have a list of words in a file. I want to create another file using just command line tools with the 5-letter words in the first file. I said this really confusingly. Let's say that I have a list of words in a file. I want to create another file using just command line Linux command line tools. Linux command line tools with the... I want to create another file. Let's be explicit. I want to create another file containing just the 5-letter words in the first file. You can only use common Linux command line tools. Dang, I didn't even think about grep. Should I say that you can't use grep? Okay, but you can't use grep. Yeah, I just want the file. So let's go get that file. Let's download that file. And let's do this to it. Yeah, it went from 71 kilobytes to 1.7 megabytes, but this has all the words. So we'll see. We'll see what it does. So this is downloads. What was this called? What did this download as? It's called en.txt. This is going to be the big word list. And this is actually an src. I'm guessing it'd be pretty small. Let's see, src games, worlde, assets, and we'll do big word list.txt. Okay. I'm going to use just the grep. This is really good. I should probably do this more. Just as a learning. Like, just as a forcing function to, like, leverage these tools better. I've never used grep like this. I didn't learn on Linux. So this is big word list.txt. Ah, this one's actually smaller. Should we now do a diff and add all the ones together that are not unique? Or add all the unique words from both lists? Okay, let's see if we can't do that. Okay, I now have 2 lists of words in 2 files that are all 5 letters long. Can we combine these 2 files, keeping only the unique? I actually don't care, because with the hash set implementation that we did, we would actually filter out all the extras, but this is just like saving memory or saving load time. Whatever. Fun. All right, concatenates both files, sort the lines. I never knew of this tool. UNIQ. Saving the planet with unique. Never use this tool. All right, so in this example, we have file 1 and file 2. We're actually going to do 5-letter words. And we're going to then do I screwed up. I don't know why. 5-letter words.txt and word list. Word list.txt into combined unique. I mean, it's not exactly double, but they don't have a ton of overlap. That's weird. Let's actually look through this. Got some weird words in here. Got some weird words in here. You've used it before? I have too, about 30 seconds ago. That was my first usage. Cool. Yeah, unique stream. Dang it. I wish. I don't really have a unique stream. Probably not super unique. Now, unless if it's like the can't think and talk at the same time. This is what I was looking for, word list. Let's change this to... I guess we just do this for right now. Yeah. Unique in all the wrong ways. All right. Now, if we cargo run this. Oh wait, I'm in the wrong location, right? But yeah, I think learning is super fun. So now if we do what sales should be a correct guess, right? Cool. Well, we have a better word list now. Thanks. Yeah, I've never used unique. That's cool. I need to get better about the Linux command line. It's ED. It's ED for sure at the end. Whoa! Very nice. Very nice, Russell. Very nice. Man, I can't even think of another ukt word. Ukt. Sukt. Nooked. Nuked. I can't think of another first character word for this. Oh, it's juked because it's at the top. Dang it. I wasn't even looking. Okay? Gosh dang it. I forgot that I had put that print back in there. Gosh dang it. I hate you, Russell. I couldn't even think of another word. And you came up with 2 other ones just for the fun of it. But you put them... That was fantastic. I was impressed. I'm so bad at English. I wish it wasn't my first language, so I could blame English as a 3rd language. All right, cool. We lost. Need to have like a wah, wah, wah. Oh, we need audio. We need audio. Okay. Cool. Let's take out this. Where is it? It's in the game loop, right? Yeah. Let's take out this print line. Nobody likes a cheater. Okay. Fantastic. It's time for me to get going. Let's actually find somebody to raid. Let's find somebody to raid. Yeah, thanks everybody for joining. I hope you guys have fun. Good person online to raid that you guys would like to see. Let me pull this up. Let's see. We have Anthony writes code, keybind, any of our regulars. I don't see them. Is Tom BH on? Ah, Tom BH is on. Let's raid Tom BH. Absolutely. So Russell, if it won't accept those. I do have fairly rigorous acceptance. What I need to do is give you feedback that your guess wasn't accepted. I think that's actually a good call. And then I want you guys to think about ways we could make it more fun. The whole idea is that it should be like just super fun. Maybe a leaderboard. We should definitely do a leaderboard. Whoever guesses the right one should get a point. All right, anyways, thanks everybody. Please, like I always say, let me know how I can make these better for you all. Hopefully we learned something. I know I learned some more about the command line and unique, which is really cool. I should do like a Mighty Mini Monday on any of these little tools that we learn, or maybe I learned, because probably a lot of people that used Linux for a long time know all these things. I don't, yeah, anyways, hope you have a fantastic weekend. Hope to see you guys later. I am going to do a stream reviewing the prompting that's in the Visual Studio agent, code agent. I don't know when. And so all I'll say is I will record it and I will be posting it on YouTube. So if you want to go back and watch the VOD, you will be able to do it. I'll also post, on the live stream announcement that I'm going live with that. But I just can't promise when it will be exactly. So anyways, thanks everybody, and go tell Tom hi.